Bonjour.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Thank you very much for taking your place, because we've only got 55 minutes ahead of us to talk around this table. We are going to be talking about reviving the economic debate. So what on earth do we mean by that verb? Is this something which we absolutely have to do? Is it urgent to do that? A lot of the French population are expressing their anger, if we could put it that way, and that's transpiring in the vote. So what we need to do first of all is take a snapshot of the situation today in France, in Europe, in the UK, in the United States, because we've got some panelists from the States. We're going to be addressing the question of defining what debate is, what are the requirements, who is participating in this conversation. We've got economists, citizens, politicians. And are there some parallel conversations going on? Are we really listening to what other people are saying? So it's a hot topic. And so how much are we talking about economics, and how does that weigh in with our political choices? We've got Madame Tyson, who's a high-level advisor. She's with us here today. She says she's been advising the American president, but although she's shaking her head to that. So we're together till 3:30 to talk about this issue. We've got Benoît Curé, who's the coordinator of the roundtable. Hello to you, Benoît. We've also got Barry Eichengreen with us. You are a professor, economics professor at Berkeley University in California. Eric Lombard is with us also. He is the financial arm of the State Director General of the Caisse des Dépôts. Perhaps that brand, the Caisse des Dépôts, is not very well known, but you do a lot of things. Hello to you. You are a banker. You used to be an insurance executive, and you're very familiar with the world of ministries. Laura Tyson, economics professor at Berkeley, California University. Hello to you.
Please answer me. Please, were you not a member of the council? Yes. Okay, bien. Auprès du président Obama, n'est-ce pas?
So you worked with President Obama, is that right? You worked with President Obama? Oh, Clinton. François Villeroy de Gallo, governor of the French National Bank, the Banque de France. Claire Woodman is also with us. She's with Morgan Stanley for Middle East, Africa, and Europe. And so I'm going to hand the floor over to Benoît Curé, who's going to kind of set the landscape for our discussion. Thank you very much, Alexandra. Hello, everybody. Just to introduce this debate on how we can start talking about economics again, I'm going to start by talking about the manner of John Robinson, Cambridge economist, Cambridge in the United Kingdom, not in Massachusetts. So the goal of learning about economics is not to get ready-made answers to economic issues, but to learn how you can how to avoid being misled by economists. And when we take a look at the economic debate here in France, Europe, and the rest of the world, there's a kind of a paradox here. On the one hand, over recent years, particularly during COVID and the energy crisis, economists have said that they could renew themselves, they could embrace new questions, that they could change their techniques using big data now, using real-time data as well, using machine learning to round off the traditional economics, whilst, of course, touching base with their roots. So, and the heritage of economic science is what the central banks are calling to our star. That dates back to 1930. So the entire debate on profit, inflation, greenflation have their roots in analysis by Kowalewski, the conflict between capital and labor, etc., etc., etc. So there's wonderful efforts being deployed by economists to renew themselves, to adapt, to update their science, to answer major questions for economic policy. However, at the same time, the public debate about economics has been so full of ready-made answers. There are all kinds of charlatans about, and I'm referring to a book by Paul Krugman from 1994, which is called Peddling Prosperity. You may be familiar with that book. So the debate is full of all kinds of amazing references to economic theory. Sometimes they are references to other things. So this week, one of the election candidates has been accused of not being au fait with basic economics. However, when you interact with youngsters, when you talk with middle school children, high school pupils, etc., you know that they're very hungry to learn, and they're very sensible youngsters. And so we need to come up with the right answers for them. So as an economist, I would like to wonder if there's a question of supply or demand. Is demand not being properly formulated, or the economists just at a loss as to how to respond? Economists are partly responsible for this. They could talk in easier words. They could make a bigger effort. They could be quiet on subjects they know nothing about. They could also better declare their conflicts of interest, because they do exist. They could limit or curb their actions to smaller tasks. Keynes used to say that economists were like dentists. Cyril de Flo said that they're more like plumbers, and so they should perhaps stick to what they know best. Another question which I'd like to put on the table is it something unique to France? When you talk with the political deciders here in France, one is often struck by a kind of indifference towards public finance. Some of them haven't a clue about what's going on generally in the economy. Everyone can remember Frédéric Bastiat, who said that state is like a work of fiction, and everyone tries to live in that work of fiction. That dates back to 1840, and it hasn't really evolved since then. We are struck by the ignorance of tax mechanisms when you distribute subsidies and to tenants, and that money goes to the property owners instead of to the tenants. There's a bit of a problem there. And one is also struck by a skeptical approach to the advantages of competition. And that begs the question of, is this unique to France? Do we find the same questions in the debate in the United States? And I'm sure that will transpire in our conversation here today. So what I can say is that these characteristics, through the political pair of glasses, from the right to the left and in the centre, they're all involved. So we've got all kinds of panel members here. I'd like them to come up with some concrete suggestions so we can enhance this debate. And Alexandra, the floor is yours in the meantime. Well, Benoit has pointed the finger at economists, politicians, and everything. I'm surprised he didn't mention social media or the media in general. So perhaps that will come up. So all of the participants here will have 5 minutes to make an introductory few words. And in the room, we really wanted to invite you to formulate your questions. We'll hand the mics out later on. This is an economic debate, and we want you to participate. We don't want you to just sit there dumbfounded to listen to the screen.
On va parler d'un débat économique.
Mr. Eichengreen, we've been talking about a breakdown in the conversation about economics. So what's your point of view in the United States? Can you tell us a little bit about what you're seeing? Are there unique French characteristics, or is it the same in the United States? Do you see that no one's talking about economics, and we need to fix that?
Alexandra, thank you. I think everybody on the panel interpreted the prospectus we were given in different ways. So I saw our management asking 2 questions. Number 1, how can we make economic discussions more accessible? Number 2, how can we ensure that policy decisions are well informed? The subtext, I think, is that things are not going well in the economic sphere. Citizens see economists' characterization of the economy as out of touch with their reality. Economists counter that economic misinformation and misunderstanding are widespread. Economists have always found it difficult to shape policy. These problems have been with us for a long time, but if anything, they're even worse than ever today. So I want to argue to the contrary, that this diagnosis is too dire. In fact, economists have a number of channels for influencing public opinion, but our efforts to use them are hobbled by two structural problems. Examples of the channels I have in mind are Project Syndicate and the Clark Center Experts Panel. Project Syndicate was created about 3 decades ago by a New York University professor to try to get economic opinion into the newspapers, into the informed public sphere. It now has 82 regular economic columnists, and its columns appear in 500 media outlets in 56 countries. The columns are widely read. I can attest to that from the comments, not a few of them hostile, that I get to my own columns. The Clark Center panel was created by a couple of University of Chicago professors. They send out a question every week, and 50 US economists send in an answer. There's now a European panel that works in parallel, and the answers are put up on a website for all to see. This was a response to the belief that economists can't even agree amongst themselves, where in fact, if you look at these answers, often there is in fact a high degree of consensus among professional economists. So the opinions and analyses disseminated by these platforms are well informed, they are accessible, the platforms are overseen by reputable scholars who seek to be inclusive, but also exercise quality control. So in the past, this would have been the end of my story, but I have 2 worries, 2 additional elements. Number one, the internet has eroded the effectiveness, the dominance of the gatekeepers. So we now have a proliferation of blogs, Substacks, podcasts that are a source of economic information and misinformation. And this enables a kind of Gresham's law where the bad information drives out the good information. So you only need to compare what is written on cryptocurrencies, for example, on Project Syndicate and the Clark panel with what you will see elsewhere on the internet. That is not a problem we economists can control, unfortunately. We have to continue to use our platforms as effectively as we can. But there is also a second problem that we can control, which concerns attitudes and practices in the academy, in the university. So too many scholars at leading institutions ascribe value only to technical research published in so-called top 5 journals using highly technical methods that are inaccessible to many fellow economists, much less to the general public. There's a high degree of intellectual and methodological conformance. Acceptance of scholarship by these top 5 journals is controlled by a small group, a small cabal, if you will, of scholars who share the same intellectual and methodological preferences. We teach our students that the way they get ahead, the way they get tenure at top universities depends entirely on publications in these top journals. So that encourages them to do technical research inaccessible to the general public and to work on questions that are answerable, amenable to the latest methodology, not questions that are important from a current public policy point of view. Worse yet, there is a tendency to dismiss colleagues who write newspaper commentaries or horrors, even worse, books, as not qualifying as economic scientists because their work is not sufficiently technical. I can recall an earlier generation of economists on the left and on the right, Paul Samuelson, Milton Friedman. Others would write for general interest magazines and were respected in the profession. Alas, I think the same is no longer true today. So this last is a problem that we academic economists can begin to change by modifying our own training, our own hiring and promotion practices. We can alter the incentives faced by the next younger generation of scholars. So I think to heal our broken economic dialogue, our broken economic commentary, we first have to heal ourselves.
Je retiens.
Okay, so I've noted this notion of economists that have to, first of all, work on what they do themselves. You can't combat fake news on the social networks before that. And you really need to listen to what the population wants. So, Eric Lombard, let's start with that notion there. There is a paradox here. Benoit Cœuré was saying that economists think they're doing well, and when they comment the media about growth, which is okay, employment is doing better than in 2017, for example. But in reality, there's another debate. And this transpires in the polling booth. When we're talking about purchasing power, people seem to be growing poorer. There's a paradox here. It's like two planets who, or more than two planets, in fact, who are kind of chattering away but without listening to the other one. So as academics and business leaders, from your point of view, have we failed in some things? You're saying we have to revive the economic debate. Should we, in the first instance, identify what we've done wrong? Well, I don't know if there's stuff we've done wrong or badly, but last Sunday, the French population was saying to us that the situation is not good, so we can start from that point, if you like. So I heard what Benoit was saying, and I would cite Bertolt Brecht, who said that when the people votes against the government, you have to dissolve the population. Well, that's been done. We've done that here in France. And there's a kind of a consensus here in Aix, all of these wise people, the intellectuals, the academics. We think that we've talked about unemployment, which was the problem of our generation, purchasing power, inequality in revenue was from 1 to 20 before the transfer, and since the transfer it's been from 1 to 5. So we thought we'd settle that problem of inequality. But what people are telling us now is that that is not the case. So it's painful for me in my job as chief executive officer in the role that I play, because accommodation, for example, it's very hard for our citizens. They can't find housing. There are over 2 million people who are waiting for council housing. Véronique earlier on was talking about this at length. The lack of housing is really important, and it makes life very hard for our citizens who are looking for a job, for example. So as for town planning is concerned, we've really reworked that. Without going into detail, we've got 230 middle-sized cities and towns who've received investments of billions of euros. However, the population feel that they've not been paid attention to. So we've got 2,700 houses for public services in all parts of France where there's services, but the French population feel they're not having access to these public services. 7,000 contact points for the post office, 17,000 throughout the country, but the French people can only see those that have been closed or sent elsewhere. And what about the high-speed internet? We are the country with the most cable, but 80% of the 19 million premises in the countryside are not connected to fiber, and people feel that they are left by the wayside. And let's not talk about the lack of mixed populations, etc. So the French people think things are not going very well, and that anything that's done by the state is to the benefit of someone else, but not them. So it's not enough. And more serious still, I've talked about local territorial politics there. We see that National Education Board is not fulfilling its role in society. We're talking about medical deserts here in France, and the entire country has become a medical desert. Our hospitals do care for acute conditions very well, but when you're in an emergency situation, the situation is very much different. So we've got this market situation, which is a bit the dominating model here that everyone here in Aix is talking about. In fact, that model is perceived by the French population as creating inequalities. Why, you might wonder? And Thomas Piketty, I'd like to refer to another famous economist and his work on the country. For many decades now, he says, real interest rates have been positive, and when that is the case, those who have property are getting richer, and those who have no property will have lost all chance of ever having some kind of property. So once you can control inequality in revenue, the inequality in property remains absolutely huge, and that situation is not changing. I'm not going to mention anybody's name here, but this question here is about perception, how different people perceive things. So the answer to that is very complex, of course, and this is where I think we need to get that economic debate flowing again. It's all about regulating our economy. It's not regulated properly at the moment. I haven't mentioned the biggest challenge ahead of us, that is ecological and energy transformations. At all of these subjects, we have an explanation which is a bit tricky. The yield of capital is too high in order to reduce inequality and to fund the ecological transition. We had a roundtable on that this morning, and they said that the ecological transformation is not going to generate a lot of wealth. We're going to replace different energy sources. They're just transfers. It's not going to create any wealth. And so I would like to end by mentioning another economist, Patrick Artus, an economist who wrote that to fund the ecological transformation, businesses are going to have to reduce the remuneration they give to their shareholders. I think this is the crux of the matter. It's very complicated because it's not by taxing that we're going to correct the situation, because taxation increases the cost of capital. So we all have the duty to create a new consensus. In the coming years, the people in power have to manage to make that rebalancing act, and I think we have some road to go on that front. Thank you very much for listening. So we have to come up with new ideas to re-spark that conversation, saying, for example, as Eric Lombard was saying, that we have to create a new consensus about what we need to reach in terms of the yield of capital. So Laura Tyson, perhaps this new idea might appeal to the youngsters, and you have you've talked to students, and you've talked to the leaders of America. So the youngsters are the key.
Young people. Tout ça, ça dépend de comment on parle.
It depends how we talk to young people. That's the way we're going to get that economic debate up and running again. Is that right?
My understanding of what this panel was about, and my bringing to the panel is years of experience teaching undergraduates who know very little about economics. And actually, I would say that my ability to do that translated into my ability in Washington, because I could take simple economic concepts and explain them to members of Congress, senators, to people who lived and ran agencies but really did not understand basic economics. So I really want to emphasize that point. I want to start also by saying I completely agree with everything that my colleague Barry said about some of the blame here is economists themselves. Economists like to talk to other economists. And when they talk to other economists, they use their own vocabulary. It's become more and more technical over time. So it's harder and harder for my economics to be understood by someone who's an economist 30 years younger than I, who is doing much more complex technical modeling. So I will start by saying economists bear some responsibility here. On the other hand, I do not think my view of an economist as an advisor to a politician is the politician decides what the goal is. How much housing there is, how much health care there is, how much education. That's not the role of the economist. The role of the economist is to look at how to achieve most efficiently, least costly, most effectively the goals. So now let's think about the goal that you just talked about. So we have seen over the past 35 years a massive decline in the advanced industrial countries in public investment in infrastructure. Yesterday we were talking with the Germans about their rail system, the hospital system you mentioned. Societies, politicians, and your societies have decided not to invest in these things, but instead to invest in beautiful private housing, in beautiful private vineyards, in beautiful private farms, and private everything. So private capital has gone up a lot, and public capital has gone down. That's not because of economists. That is a political decision. That is a political decision. Let me mention another thing here. You sort of said, not taxes. Well, you know, if there's going to be public infrastructure investment, it has to be funded somehow. It has to be funded somehow. So in the United States, where we pride ourselves on having low tax rates and low tax revenues as a share of GDP, you know how we're funding it? Because we can, because we have the dollar. We're funding it by huge deficits. The rest of the world is funding it, okay? Societies have to decide how much revenue to the state, how much public investment to the state. Those are not decisions of economists. Economists, I would say, advise politicians on how to do that well. Now let me talk about one other area, and that's externality, climate. Economists know, and have been saying this for a very long time, and it's all in all of the pieces that Barry referred to. Take economists on the left and the right in the United States. Yeah, they know that we should be pricing carbon. They know that we're creating a massive climate change externality for the world. You know, economists agree on this. Nobody's listening, or very few people are listening. The political leaders are not listening. And so I just want to sort of emphasize, I think economists can be very important, but they are not the political actors. And I'm going to end here by just an anecdote of when I became the advisor to President Clinton. I had chaired his Council of Economic Advisors. That change occurred in essentially the end of a calendar year. All of the economists in the Council of Economic Advisors were signed on to stay for the next half year. So I inherited all of the economists from the Bush administration. You know what? It was absolutely fine. We all agreed. We all agreed. There wasn't any debate about the recommendations of the Council of Economic Advisors. Yes, there was a debate. President Clinton wanted to do different things from President Bush, but to the extent that we were giving common advice, say on healthcare, common advice, we were doing the same thing. So I will leave you with that, but I also want to leave you with a plug for one of your great economists' books, which I understand I read it, and I think it's a very important book, very relevant to the conversation we're having. Jean Tirole is sitting in the front row. Economics for the Common Good. Economists can think about the return to society. They can think about externalities. They can pose policy options. It's up to the political leaders to listen.
On a déjà abordé là le...
Well, I think that what we're saying is that it's an economic debate that we need to fix. So, who's to blame? And how can we fix things? François Villeroy de Gallo. Now, back to you. Eric Lombard, earlier on, said that we need to draw up a new economic consensus. As Madam Tyson said, the policymakers should listen more to the economists. Is that the point we arrived at? What would you say about this? And the question is, do you think we can arrive at this consensus? Is this realistic altogether, or is it just wishful thinking? Thank you, Alexandra. Good afternoon, one and all. I always enjoy being here in Aix, but since I'm a policy representative, you will see that the date, well, the theme given the situation today in France is a topical issue. And yet, as you know, have a duty not to talk about French politics today. Now, Alexandra, in your question, I think you were talking about the timeless aspect of this, the timelessness of this issue. And that's what I'll come back to, that is this dialogue, the interaction between the economic experts and the general public. Now, to simplify things, I'd say that in the past, experts were the ones who were dominating. They were the ones who were talking, and then the citizens were listening, and they had to do with them. Benoit gave us another image, the image of the dentist, Keynes' image of the dentist. Let's think about the taxpayers at the dentist. Well, it's not that comfortable in this seat, is it? You can't act and do anything about it. And then there's this situation that we're experiencing today. But the experts and the general public live in two different worlds. The economic experts are talking to themselves during high-level scientific colloquia, but nobody understands. Or they can talk about the most recent events and then shout at each other and say awful things about each other, or in columns. But today, I don't think that economy really trickles into the economic debate. So is there a solution for us in the future? Could we consider more interactions, fruitful interactions between the experts, the knowledgeable ones, and the taxpayers? Since you were talking about wishful thinking, I hope we'll be able to create something out of that. Yet we have to be realistic. And then I would like to consider another way that we could follow. But we need two conditions plus two. Two conditions that are on the supply side and two on the demand side, to reuse the image used by Benoit. By the way, there's something I'm totally certain about, and is that there's a huge request for economic information that is open to all. I'll give you some examples. First, the two conditions on the supply side from the economic experts, or the economic institutions, if you will. Now, it boils down to one simple thing, is to respect people and the population. This is what people are looking for, that they should be respected. It's the prerequisite. The first prerequisite is therefore to talk about economics in a simple language that everybody can understand. And that's a complicated thing to do, let's admit it. I'm not going to mention Bertolt Brecht, but Paul Valéry. And he said, what is simple is always fallacious. What is not is useless. So it's in between these two quotes from Paul Valéry, or sentences, that economists have to study. I agree with Barry in what he said about the economists that have to make an effort to talk about the general public. Samuelson in the 40s. There's Jean Tirole, who's with us. Given what he did with the economy of the common good in 2016. Jean, I think I'm right in saying that talking about economy in simple words requires a lot more work. And when I talk about the monetary policy, I start with this type of trade-off with the experts from the Banque de France, because my intention is to try and simplify the message. Now, the second prerequisite or condition is to accept to challenge things and to accept the fact that people might disagree. Now, there are tricks. For instance, reversal of conferences, that is, you start with questions and not the general presentations. The diversity of audiences. I always try and do this whenever people come to me. I focus on the youth and the audiences who will not necessarily agree with our policies. And if I may as well, what we did is that we made quite a lot of efforts at the Banque de France in this sense, and we could do a lot more, I suppose. But since 2021, we've had these monetary policy meetings. Everybody's thought, okay, that's for the general public. We're trying to answer questions about the monetary policy, and that's going to be a flop. But last year we did this, and we had 750,000 views on Twitter, plus 17 in-person meetings. And also we have videos called On parle cash. Let's talk about cash. There was one on inflation. Why should we have the 2% objective? 550,000 views. So you see, that's some type of evidence that really shows that there's a demand. And then what we did is EducFi, economic and financial education. We have what we call a passport for all the schoolgoers aged more or less 12 or 13. And finally, if you've not seen the Cité de l'Économie in Paris, go there. And there's also Cité Cours, which is online. We could do a lot more, I know, but that's one of the things we do. And I can tell you that each time we did something or wanted to do something, people said it's not going to work. But there was a massive expectation from the general population. Now, back to the two prerequisites concerning demand, that is the media and the taxpayers, the population. Prerequisite number 3, don't just discard experts because they are the experts. Because in the past, people had to listen to the experts because they were the ones holding knowledge. That's one argument, but you shouldn't discard them altogether because they have the knowledge with them. Sometimes we have to focus on facts. There are economic facts, and the Banque de France will always remain an independent body, and I believe more in facts rather than economic laws. This is an expression I don't like. It's economic facts or evidence. That's when you can come up with arguments and make political choices. But then we have to focus on the facts and stick to them. And that's the whole debate on statistical data. Some people have feelings about purchasing power, about inflation, which is not what you can see in statistical data. So rather than looking at averages, we should look at distribution of data sets. The fourth condition, the fourth prerequisite on the demand side still, but I think that's when supply and demand meet, is to have an ethical approach based on dialogue. And it's very practical. Dialogue goes against two other words that are more fashionable, which is first, people who put forward arguments that are almost like rude things that they say to each other, and then those who just want to talk for the sake of it. But these are monologues. A dialogue is different. A dialogue is an exchange of views. People who put forward their arguments, they talk about likely solutions, and they explore trade-offs so that people can act. This is what we have to find again. Gilles Finkelstein, in his book in 2016 called Piège d'identité, was saying the following, I'll quote, and others said the same, that is, in a given democracy, it's easier to have a dialogue and find trade-offs on what you have rather than what you are. These are the identity politics pitfalls that we have to be aware of, which means that we have to be in this position to exchange views, discuss and find trade-offs on economic and labor-related issues. Is it wishful thinking? Is it the dream that we have here in X? I don't know. But what I'm certain of is that this is a must from the economic point of view and a must in terms of our democracies as well. Thank you. Now, Claire Woodman, who's the head of Morgan Stanley. Claire Woodman. Now, what you deal with is the bankers, the regulators. What about your snapshot? What would you say about this debate, the economic debate? Do you have such debates in your world? Is it satisfactory, given what we've said about what the general public expects?
Thank you, and thank you. This is my first time here, and it has been fantastic to be able to exchange thoughts and ideas with everybody in such a really wonderful, relaxed environment. I'm going to take a slightly different tack from some of our panelists, but through my remarks, you'll hear that I think the principles and frameworks from economics are definitely alive and kicking in our businesses and in the corporate world and in financial institutions. But just a couple of comments to just set the scene. We all know that we need much more effective pro-growth policies in Europe to bridge the gap to the US. And we know that from the past decade and a half, GDP growth has been lower here than it has been in the US. When we look across all industries and sectors and markets, what we do see is that greater integration, increased harmonization are clearly going to be key enablers to foster growth, innovation, and higher productivity, which is what is absolutely required in the euro area. And that is going to help bridge the gap to higher growth rates. Banks play a critical role in this. We really are the engines in the system that intermediate the flow of capital between suppliers of capital and those needing capital. Don't worry, I don't have any quotes from Adam Smith here. So, and in the EU, it's well known that over 75% of corporate borrowing is sourced through the banks, as opposed to in the US, where there's a much more diversified source of funding and market-based finance plays a role. And that's notwithstanding what we've seen in terms of the evolution of financial markets and the growth of private markets, the growth of private credit. So whilst we see that slow evolution, it's still fair to say that bank lending is still the key provider of capital for corporates, for households, for industry. And I will say that banks themselves have been on a long journey in the past decade and a half to really evolve their business models to become significantly more diversified, sustainable, resilient, and profitable. And profitability is absolutely key. They've also learned to really deal with uncertainty. And how have we done that? We've transformed ourselves significantly in the last 20 years. Management teams in banks are much better equipped, taking the tools from the school and the science of economics and from financial modeling, from statistical analysis, to really help really advance our risk analysis. The fusion of economics with psychology has also been really helpful for businesses, and not just banks and financial institutions, in really trying to understand and model not just consumer and client behavior, but also how markets and market participants might behave in different types of scenarios and situations. So taking all of that, and of course always having oversight and checking the inputs, and then really stepping back and questioning the outputs of all of that modeling has really helped, and there's a real key net result. And that net result is that, in my view, and if you look at the capital held within the entire financial system in Europe, banks are far better managed and far better resilient and sustainable. But we need policymakers to help further. And the ECB and all of the central banks across Europe have really played a role in helping to harmonize regulation and help to make markets more consistent. However, there is significantly more to do. So if policymakers were listening, Alexander, I would really say that we really must see active sponsorship of initiatives like Capital Markets Union to bring down some of the existing barriers across Europe, because this will have the effect of reducing the cost of capital that Eric referred to earlier. And I really think that that fragmentation and that friction is really key, because it is that cost and the yield on capital that ultimately is passed on into the real economy, to businesses, to consumers and households. So they would be my asks, Alexander. But before I finish my remarks, can I take us back to where we started this panel and to Laura's comment, which is around financial education. And financial education is absolutely key. Initiatives like the passport are really important. But what the academic analysis and evidence is actually showing is that we form our ideas and our views around money and our relationship with money much earlier than in our teens. In fact, actually, in our primary years. So what we really must do is start to think about how we can provide financial education in a way that, as Laura said, brings it down to the individual micro decisions that people have to make every day.
Right. No, not that bad. We have 10 minutes for the Q&A. Anybody like to pick on that? Right? François Villeroy-de-Galhau? Please raise your hands if you have any questions. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. Right. So, François first. François Villeroy-de-Galhau, and then 4 questions in a row. Right? And then the panelists will answer these 4 questions. Let me clarify something about the interest rates. Again, the central banker. I'd like to react to what Eric said. The real interest rates, that is difference between the nominal rate and inflation rate. Well, they were negative, you see, for many years that have elapsed. By the way, thank you, Claire, thanks to the central bank, that they've lowered the interest rates. But by and large, between 2012 and 2022, there were negative rates. So what's ahead of us is not positive real interest rates, which is the case today because we have to fight against inflation. But what Eric said is that this decrease in interest rates has not triggered a decrease in the cost of capital, that is the yield or return on investments or the cost of equity. Sorry, but I had to clarify this point. And I'm not going to talk about the R star, which is the neutral interest rates that Benoit brushed upon when he started his lecture. Okay, yes, please. Now, the Q&A. Madam, please. We have mics in the room. A quick question, please. So we have 8 minutes to go. Yeah, let me build on that, what Mr. Lombard said, the quote he gave us with de Lincoln, who said, when the people is fed up with the constitutional law, they will exercise their revolutionary right to dismantle the government, put it down. Now, that's the case when I see Le Pen today and arriving in the economic debate. I'm wondering if it's enough, because we're in the midst of a real existential crisis. The debate is complicated because we no longer focus on economy and social matters that are important for the general population. And personally, some of the French consider that the state owes them their happiness or good life. So there's a moment when we have to change this curse and we have to focus on good information. At present, I think we don't focus enough on people and what they can do for themselves. It's complicated. If everybody's entitled to whatever they want in life, we'll never manage. Okay, 2 hands up. 3 hands. And yes, please, madam, as well. I'm the timekeeper. We can't have all the questions. There's a lady there and a man there. No, you, sir. Sorry, I'm sorry. And that's all. Yes, madam. And then yes, sir. We'll see if we've time enough afterwards. There was a woman there, a hand up in the air. Yep, over there.
New Yorker. I have a simple question for the panel, is that I'm trying to understand what is the monetary policies behind the fact that French people can only spend $1,000 cash, and that when they want to withdraw money from their bank account, they have to go through almost like a DNA questionnaire forms to have access to their money. These kind of policies wouldn't be able to be done in America. So I wanted to know, from the banker's point of view, from the economist, what is the advantages of doing that to stop circulation? Because if I'm to buy like a bottle of water in France, the fees for Visa and MasterCards are going to be higher than the product itself. So that's my question.
Okay. Allez, encore une.
Yet another one. Short questions, please. Yes, please, over there, and then over there. Can you hear me right? Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I have a quick question to ask. I'm Ibrahim. I was born around Marseille, in the poorest district, and you were talking about connecting worlds and reviving the economic debate. What can you do? You're very important people. What can you do from the executive point of view so that we can hear you? For those, I mean, who don't want to listen to, or it's sometimes complicated for us to trust you, you see. And yet another question over there. Who's standing up? Good. Right. Short question, please. 4 minutes to go. Now, number one. Since there's quite a lot of quotes, Nietzsche was saying, I'll quote, "What makes people crazy is not doubt, but it's certainties." End of quote. Which means that we have to keep a low profile when we look at what's happening around us. That's my first message. Number two. Many have talked about housing, the difficulties we have in France. I have a simple suggestion to make so that we take a little distance. It's very simple. Let's get rid of taxes on rents. Number two, let's get rid of any taxes on capital gains on property. And number three, when people have a problem with their tenants, they could get rid of them. Well, I know that some will not agree. Okay, anyway, that's a debate. That's a debate. I'm almost done. Almost done. I have a question to ask. I have a question. And with this, I can tell you that then everybody will invest in housing. And my third point, and that's going to be a question connected to the first debate we had. Let me finish, please. Some people said the problem is that all the economists have different views. And people talk about this on social media. So my question is, what are the sources of data that we can trust? Okay, excellent question. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, Mr. Green would like to answer. Mr. Lombard, Barry Green, would you like to answer that?
To respond to Ibrahim very quickly, there's a lot of angst in France about economics and economic conversation. You should feel better. There is no meeting like this one in the United States. We have the Council on Foreign Relations, which is the 1%. We have the Aspen Institute, which is the 1%. Ibrahim reminds us that there is more than the 1% here.
Eric Lombard.
Eric Lombard, 3 quick comments. First, to answer the lady there who thinks that the French want to change the government. By the way, that's almost done. And Ibrahim, that comes from underprivileged districts around Marseille that I know well. Now, the answer is something that we failed with, is the local dialogue that we need to have so that the taxpayers can talk about their policymakers, the ones they elected, the ones they chose, to talk about policy, the policies that are good for them. That is the last mile type of policy making. What we do at a local level, it's not done correctly. Now, to talk about housing, so you were talking about the existing flats and rents. The main problem is the price of land. And in the years to come, it's going to be worse. To inshore factories, that's one of the most important topics, is the price of land. Okay, we're going to have a round of applause at the end. Madam Tyson, please.
I'll address 2 questions. The question from Ibrahim, and I would say that, again, we're not making policy here. So here are some policy ideas that seem to work in other environments. Sector-specific training programs work well in the United States. If you're near a city or near a place where there is an industry, you go and you get training specific for that industry. That's a policy, and economists have looked at that policy and say, yeah, that one actually works, okay? To go to the land, to the apartments, again, this is not our role to make policy here. I will say, when I used to teach Econ 1, the first thing I would start with was rent control, because students in Berkeley benefit from rent control. And that means that there has been much less investment in housing in the community because the rents have been controlled, okay? And I tell the students that, and I say, well, if you're for rent control, the consequence is going to be less supply. Same thing on tax. What I said to students, and I will say to you, put a tax on anything, you're going to discourage it. You will discourage it. So I use for the students, very important source of death for teenagers in the United States is drunk driving. If you increase the tax on beer, there's less beer, less drunk driving deaths. So I would go to your point. Yeah, taxes will have the effect, if you put a tax on something, of increasing its cost. That is what an economist would say. That it's up to the policymakers to decide what they want to do.
Peut-être un mot.
Now, a quick word, yes, very quick, please, to react to the person from New York about the fact that it's difficult to get cash from the ATM if it's more than $1,000 because it's AML regulations, anti-money laundering practices we have in the US and in Europe. And that's why there's a cap. And otherwise, you have obligations to declare. And I think it's a good thing. But I think you highlighted something else. That is, if you need to have the digital or bank card account, you shouldn't have to pay for bank fees that are too high. Well, you know what? Competition's really good. And we're looking into this. And also is to develop European technologies like the digital euro currency. We no longer have time. Well, so I'll continue. Ibrahim, the poorest district around Marseille. Maybe I'm going to surprise you, but at the Banque de France, what we do usually is that we work on economic and financial information and people who have a debt that they can't repay. We talk to the social workers, the teachers, but also we reach out to the local populations, and we're going to do more in the future. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank the coordinator. Now, stay with me. From 4:30 to 5:30 at the Librairie Fnac, there will be Artus and Marie-Paul who will be signing their books, and Jean-René Lorenzi and Villemeur for their books on salaries and profit.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everybody. My name is Florence Duchutray. I'm a journalist with the M6 Group. Welcome to this controversy. We have 30 minutes focusing on our theme, reconciling employees and company purpose. With us, we have Jean-Dominique Seminard, CEO of Renault, and Olivier Sichel, Delegate General Manager of Caisse des Dépôts and the Director of the Banque des Territoires. Since 2019, the Pacte law has been allowing companies so wishing to include a company purpose in their articles, a sentence that describes their mission. Milton Friedman writes about the search for profit. But today it's more about finding meaning in work. So 50 years later, the results are kind of mixed. So 2/3 of employees don't know what the company purpose is. 2/3 of under 35s are ready to leave their job because there's a lack of meaning. So we have Jean-Dominique Seminard with us. He is the co-author of the report that inspired the Pacte law. You fashioned the idea of this company purpose, and now some critics might say it's a slogan for you. What does that mean? Yes, hello everybody. It's certainly not a slogan. You know, the purpose, as we thought about it 5 years ago, it's like the head of the spine of the company. It's what links the DNA of the company with its future, with the North Star. So it's from the company purpose that the strategy will emerge. So strategy and purpose need to go together. There has to be consistency. So the company purpose controls everything. So it's a very serious subject. It's something that cannot just be written down in the space of 2 minutes. It's not a slogan. It's work that has to be done with all of the employees of a company, and it can take some time. And that's just as well, because the time devoted to elaborating that purpose is a great opportunity for dialogue in the company. So I haven't changed my mind today, and I'm happy about this. You know, some employees may not know what the purpose is, but 5 years we weren't even talking about it. So it's too important now. It's something that commands the rest of the debate. So it's becoming important in the private sector. 80% of CAC 40 companies have adopted a company purpose, so it's very important from a hierarchical point of view. In the public sector, Olivier Sichel, the Banque des Territoires is a public bank. It has assignments that focus on public interest. Is it superfluous, this idea of purpose in your sector? We might think that in the public sector we don't necessarily need this purpose. We don't wonder about the purpose of a hospital. We don't wonder about the purpose of a school. And in a public institute like the Caisse des Dépôts that is over 200 years, the law gives you the purpose of the establishment. People don't need a meaning. They know why they're working at the Banque des Territoires. And yet, following the work carried out by Jean-Dominique Seminard, we felt that it was important to have a purpose for the group, because the Caisse des Dépôts is of public interest, but it's a whole group. So we wondered what could unify, post people in one area, with employees in a nursing home, with the caretaker of a social housing block of flats. So it's this work on company purpose was very important. We included millions of employees inside the companies to work on the idea of purpose. This was 5 years ago, and I think it covered both groups, so CDC and the Renault Group in 2019. Since then, Jean-Dominique Seminard, if we diagnose things, what's happened? We're talking about reconciling. So what's happened? Well, you've described what's happened. It's great. So since then, we've realized that the purpose determines a kind of collective meaning. Let's not forget that all of this was part of a debate, and we can't go into the details of that today. Everybody was looking for meaning. We were looking for meaning, the collective meaning in a company or in an institution. That can only be given by the purpose. So what's missing, and we've realized this for quite some time, what adds on to that. Last year, we did an awful lot of work during the Assises du Travail conference, a conference on labor, on work. But there was the president of the CFDT union, and a report came out of this. So what was the summary? Well, everybody from the social world worked on it, 150 people who questioned all of France from a social point of view. And everybody was unanimous, which was very impressive. They all said that our country, our society, was experiencing a terrible deficit of listening, respect, and recognition. And whatever way you looked at it, this is what came out of it. So it was a very strong message. Now, how did this translate? Well, you've got the message, but then you have to find the remedy. So this remedy is the answer to this individual demand for a meaning. We've talked about the collective meaning. That's good. We need to push all companies to have a purpose and to work on that with the employees. But that's not enough. Individual meaning is about what I'm doing in the company, how I'm being recognized. Am I being listened to? Am I being respected? Do I have the right kind of autonomy? All of that is fundamental. And if you get it wrong, everything that we've said about company purpose will not make up for it. And it's very important. This debate in France around this absence of recognition, this feeling that there is no recognition, perhaps it's not true, perhaps it is. We don't know, but the perception is there. And it explains, from my point of view, given the work that we did last year, it explains the ill-ease that we're seeing socially in the country. And we mustn't be surprised if we were seeing populism growing in the country. This is what we're seeing. The reason is not complicated. For me, one of the main reasons is that nobody is listening to employees. We're too vertical in our approaches. We're not listening to people enough. And with the best will, there is this deficit of recognition. So, Olivier Sichel, are you seeing this same crisis, the problem of, the purpose of the company trickling down to individual purposes and the feeling of recognition individually? Is it the same thing in the public sector? Yes, it's the same thing, but it preceded a purpose. When you work in a school or a hospital, you don't need a purpose. But what people say, I've come here to care, and in a hospital, all I'm doing is admin work. I came to teach, to pass on knowledge, but the conditions don't allow me to do that job. So as Jean-Dominique was saying, it's about recreating the right conditions so that people can really do their jobs properly. It's important for companies to define their meaning, but for the public sector, the meaning, people commit to the group because of the general interest that it serves. It's more than just going, focusing on the public interest, in fact. We spend a lot of time saying that what we are coordinating is a managerial approach. It's about reattributing the right conditions, the right resources, the right room for maneuver for people to do their jobs properly. And there's something specific to France. In France, we like statutes, we like rules, and we have to understand that the more rules there are, the fewer, the less autonomy there is, and the less room for maneuver, because there's the tension between the need for rules to guarantee equality. And of course, our citizens are very much attached to equality. But then there's the question of autonomy. You need to be able to adapt to circumstances. And at the Banque des Territoires, we've devolved. So you can now take decisions locally. The decisions taken in Aix-en-Provence will not be the same in Dunkirk, in Corsica, or in the overseas territories. But we had to provide the conditions so that people could feel devolved and autonomous, so that we had to give them back meaning so that the the strategy was in line with what people were striving for on a day-to-day basis. So we're talking about autonomy, Jean-Dominique. Yes, and what's very interesting is that following the work carried out last year during the Assises du Travail conference, it wasn't just about the private sector. It was more global than that. And the people who reacted, who had the strongest reactions to the conclusions, were people from the civil service, from the public sector. Why is there this demobilization? We looked at all kinds of things. Everybody had a voice, and what we forgot to say was that at the heart of all of these subjects, we love companies in France. It's a great institution that garners a lot of respect, but you can lose the meaning, and companies can stop providing that meaning. So the paradox is that people consider that work is not the most important thing in their life. The figures back this up. Today, 25% of people in France believe that work is important for them. It was 60% 30 years ago, so things have drastically changed, and we need to wonder about that. And there's this absence of motivation that underlies all of that. This people distancing themselves from their work. Yes, they're doing their work, but they're not getting the recognition for it. Now, for the civil service, for the public sector, I'm not from that sector, but I've heard so many people saying there's too much verticality. And as well as verticality, you've got these decision-making matrices that are so complex, we don't know who is responsible for what. So, it's true in private companies, but it's also true in public institutions and in France. It's a subject that takes us beyond the company. It's a subject that goes right to the heart of our country and the way it's organized. So that's what we need to wonder about. Now, we can all carry out a diagnosis, but then what do we do about that? The answer is empowerment, and that's not a very easy subject. It's a very complicated subject. We've got to change the mindsets of managers and directors of companies. They need to become not bosses, at the top of the hierarchy. They have to become people who develop talent, people who resolve the team's problems, and we're talking about teams who have been given autonomy. So it's easy to say, but not that easy to do. It takes years. At Michelin, I was in charge of a phenomenal cultural transformation, and after 8 years, it took 8 years, but when it was done, it was a great change. Now, there are perhaps some heads of businesses here today, and people felt as though they were in charge after the cultural transformation that we did. It's very difficult to do. There are lots of failures along the way, but you need to take your time. You need to empower people. It's not self-management. It's different. It's more difficult, and for bosses, whatever their level in the company, their role is to set the direction, to help teams to get out of problems, to help the teams grow. And it's only at that price that we can solve a lot of the problems with team motivation that we're seeing in France, where we can put an end to this paradox that we love the company, but we're not happy in the company. So, as you've said, it takes a lot of time. It's a lot of work. Is it for all companies, SMEs, very small companies, startups, public organizations? Is it everybody that has to do this? And how do you convince people to do it? I think you can go about this work, but you have to be convinced right from the start. So everybody feels that Jean-Dominique Senard is very much convinced. It's one of his convictions. It's not just a gadget. It's not just a slogan. As you said, it's something that you have to prepare ahead for. You have to have willpower and determination, and then you have to be honest enough to make it a reference. And following the definition of a company purpose, Eric Bombard had another term of office, and the 3 strategic areas defined that he presented in front of Amphi, so ecological transition, they were all defined from A to Z. They were outlined from A to Z. In the regional division, in the PACA, in the south area with Renaud Muselier, there's an environmental focus, and we're financing the new wastewater treatment plant. We're looking at social cohesion, that's another focus. We're building social housing here in Aix-en-Provence, and in terms of sovereignty, we're working on energy sovereignty in this area. So there's a whole spine, if you like. We've got the head, but you've got the spine, and then you've got the muscles. It has to concern the whole organism. Otherwise, it's just a slogan or a fashion. I think you're right, and it applies to everybody. You know, big companies are not necessarily different from small companies. Sometimes the small companies are even more passionate about the idea of defining a purpose and having a public benefit target. And I think we have the person in charge of Orpea, and it's a public benefit company. I think that the company head of one of our competitors has transformed the company into a public benefit company. You know, there's another food group that's transformed the group into a public benefit company, Danone. So it's great. It's very engaging. And this is the way that we can have people commit and have them engage with the company and get over this problem of unhappiness. And this concerns everybody, if you ask me. This principle of empowerment is much more general, as you've said, much more general. It goes beyond the company itself. It's a major movement. For me, if you like, because it's about company management, because it's about public sector management, because it's about state organization management, it's a national cause. It's a national cause, and I would like everybody to understand this and to take it on board. If we don't do it collectively today, I think there will be some difficult times ahead, but it's valid for everybody.
A last question before we wrap up. For companies or for the state, isn't it too heavy a burden to carry for the companies to carry all of the meaning of life, so to speak, of the employee that has to be reassured and by the organization? For the company, I will answer maybe because it's easier for me to do that. But yes, it's a heavy burden. But let's understand that 5 years ago, we could write that a company was a political enterprise. It shocked a few people, I know, but it was the manager of all the trade unions of France who said it. The company is not here just to make profits, like Milton Friedman would say. Capitalism, the Anglo-Saxon capitalism that actually contaminated France in a very big way in the 90s, 2000, even 2010. Companies are here to make profit because otherwise they don't survive, but companies are also here to take into consideration the social and environmental stakes. That's what is part of the civil code of France, which hasn't changed since 1804. If I say that, I've said it all. It means that companies has it on its shoulders huge responsibilities of outreach. There are stakeholders that are not only the shareholders and the employees. It's everything that is around the company, the suppliers, NGOs, all of them. And that's why companies have a committee of decision makers, because it's too important. The company has to have an outreach. It's a political institution. It's within the company that we need to generate this trust. But we have to be sure that the responsibility that we have, but it also goes with the public function, is very wide, because I believe that the institution of the company is one of the most credible today to do all that, to achieve all that, as long as it is provided for the necessary freedom to do it, and that it doesn't submit it to too strong constraints. I will stop here. Maybe a word to conclude. Olivier Sichel, do you agree? I agree, but I don't want to have the burden carried of our difficulties by the companies. We're in a state where 55% of the public spending is public. So companies belong to the private sector, and the companies are not going to be capable to address the needs of very strong needs coming from the public sector that are very loud and clear on questions of health, security. So on the public sector, there should be some transformations to be made to address the needs of the French people. Thank you very much to both of you. We're now going to move on to the question from in the room. So I could see a question, a hand raised in the back. Please feel free, and please introduce yourself before you ask your question, if you don't mind. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Laetitia Dubanel. I'm a manager of a company with a mission. We're 1,600 public good companies in France. My question is, why are we only 1,600 companies for public good in France? Such a little number. In 2024, it's not that bad, you know. It's very difficult to be a public good company. It's not that easy. You have to remember that. We have to integrate the purpose in the statutes, in the bylaws of the company. We have to create a mission company, and it's very constraining because we need to be able to follow very closely the deployment of this purpose. It's a complicated task, and not everybody can do it. But I think this is the trend of history right now. The fact that there's only 1,700 of those public good companies, it's not that bad. I would have even dreamt of this number a few years ago. So the constraint that is beyond it is not really a constraint. It's the expression of a massive commitment from the employees and managers of the company. It works for the public sector. It works for the health sector. There's some natural trends that take you down that road. I think that you're a model. We shouldn't require companies to be that. I managed Michelin for many years, and we're not a public good company, even though we had a purpose before. From the get-go, everybody has to be ready for it. It has to be something completely natural, and it should come from the ground. If it doesn't come from the ground, you don't want to force it top down, because you can't be making mistakes. So don't worry. It is great to be already 1,700, or the number that you brought up, and it is great. Keep up. Good work. Another question. I see two hands raised. Hello, Isabelle Dumarteau. I was a Spanish teacher, and then I worked at the Senate. And I see two questions that I'm wondering. The first one is time. How do we manage to make compatible the fast time that is required from people today in companies and administrations, and what it takes to consult people, to listen to them, to wait for people to have a chance to think about it. And the second question that I'm wondering is the question of competition between people in companies and administrations. I saw some forms of harassment because there were people competing for the same job, or, you know, they were interested in the same things. How do we manage to get to a collaboration? I understand the motivation, and I understand the strategic logic of it, but how do we put it in place? The question of time is essential. Jean-Dominique said it. You need time you have to become. The question of time arrived right away when the Caisse des Dépôts, we got a shareholder and we had to consult them. And he told me, you know, we had billions of debt to restructure, and we were not ready to have a mission. So you have to be in the right condition to do that, to be a public good company. And then it's a whole exercise in the management to be able to give results, to provide quick results that we know are achievable, because if our horizon is too far away, people get discouraged. And you have to be capable to communicate on targets that can be achieved quickly. And that's the art of management, to say this is we're going to do fast and quickly. For example, what we did on the Banque des Territoires, we deconcentrated very fast. Before, everything was decided in Paris, from Paris, in Rue de Lille. So we decided to decentralize, and now the regional directors can allocate the funds that they want. The second question that you asked is, yes, a conviction that is shared, and it's shared with Eric Lombard, is the cooperative dimension. If there's competition within the organization, this is not healthy, and it does not provide a cooperative atmosphere. Cooperative atmosphere means that people are happy, feel happy at work. So yes, this is a good start to reconcile employees and purpose. And thank you very much to both of you. Hello, everyone. We are very happy to welcome you for this session that is particularly current because our topic today is sport and Olympics facing the challenges of reconciliation. My name is Denis Caro. I am with the group Nice Matin, and I will play the moderator in this match between our four speakers. I'm going to give the floor to Patrick Geoffroy, who's a professor of social science in Paris Dauphine and a member of the Cercle des Économistes. Patrice is also a judo teacher. Hello, everyone. Very happy to be with you for this pre-session of the opening of the Olympics. We're going to try to set the context of the Olympics 2024. The challenges around sport and Olympic Games. Like Denis said, I have a secret life of a sportsman, and maybe in my life I would have spent more time practicing sport than economics. So if some of my colleagues are in the room, I won't be taken seriously, but I'm very happy to give you a few words as an introduction on this prospect of sport, Olympics, and yet keeping in mind the theme of reconciliation. My first comment, and this is the economist speaking, is sport is a big affair, economically speaking. For France, every year the investment are 2%. Outside of the times of Olympics. Of course, now it's going to be exceptional investment, and there's going to be a lot of side effects in terms of public health, in terms of productivity of companies. And if we were still a society that is more sportive than we actually are, would be doing even better than we are, even economically. So this is just to set the obvious and on this point. If we move on to the question of reconciliation, it is obvious that sport is, before everything else, the acceptation of a number of common rules to regulate adversity. So, of course, we imagine some scenes of people complaining during football games or people fighting in the bleachers. But the reality of sport on an everyday basis at school, for the young ones, for the teenagers, and for the sport that we practice ourselves is different. So there's an obvious link between sport and reconciliation, or at least the fact to live in a society that is at peace with this regulation factor that sport plays. What are the Olympics produce? Do they produce all these effects? Well, we'll know in a few weeks, won't we? There's a lot of experts on this stage to tell us what we can expect from the Paris Olympics. The story of the Olympics is more complicated than just reconciliation since its origin. I'm not going to go back in time to the Olympics in the antiquity, but if we just remember the beginning of the century, remember that Baron de Coubertin wanted to install peace with the Olympics, and the 20th century has not been a century dominated by peace, and we saw that as soon as the First World War broke out, Olympics are dominated by the tensions linked to the conflict. 1920, the Olympics are in Antwerp because Antwerp was a city that was destroyed by the conflict. Germany, of course, does not attend. Germany comes back in 1936, as we remember. And that, of course, has, with all the photographs, or the images of the Nazi regime between the two wars, there's an interesting experiment, which is the experiment of the Spartakiad. These are the Olympics of the opposite camp in what was going to become the Cold War, which is a temporary experience, and everybody meets after Second World War in contexts that show the tensions of the world for a reason that is obvious, because there are more nations inscribed at the IOC than at the UN. So the fact that the Olympics are a stage is obvious. So there were some good times, like in Tokyo. The fact that Japan comes back in the concert of nations, this is an important time, an important moment, and there's some causes are being advanced with the Olympics. There are few white hair in the room. We remember in 1968 the the glove, the black glove pointing at the sky, and Tommy Smith, and the impact that it had in the U.S. on the Black cause movement. It was less. And same thing in 1976 in Montreal. 400 athletes from sub-Saharan Africa left the Olympics to protest the South African apartheid regime. So the comment that comes to mind is the Olympics are the biggest stage in the world, and in the battle that is a battle for attention, this stage is a stage on which we are trying to attract the attention of everyone. And the Olympics of 2024 will not escape that rule. The Paris Olympics are not going to be set aside from all the conflicts in the world. We know what's going on in Ukraine, and also naturally we'll try to present ourselves as well as we can and show how our society is not particularly reconciled, unfortunately, right now. But to conclude, what is really important is through the attention turning towards the Olympics. And I again remind you that it's the first stage in the world. We see a series of tensions in our societies that are debated within the scope of the Olympics. The initial vision of the Baron Pierre de Coubertin was like women, for the most part, which should be just handing out the bouquets of flowers, and we're far from that. I see some people looking at me with amazement in the front row, but now, of course, the place of women has progressed and advanced a lot in the Olympics. And Susanna Rogers will tell us about the Paralympic Olympics and her experience of that. And we see other tensions rising, such as the environmental footprint. There are many places in which could be taking place some Winter Olympics, which of course leads to all the environmental issues. So these are the few ideas that I wanted to share with you as an introduction. I was always I went very far in my journey of a sportsman. So I'm very happy to listen to my fellow speakers.
Thank you, Patrice. So we're going to start with you, Samuel Ducroquet. You're a sports ambassador. You've been ambassador since January 2023. Patrice Geoffrand has given us the framework and the stakes. France is about to host a worldwide event, the Olympic and Paralympic Games, at a time when worldwide tensions are very high. So, sports diplomacy, how is that going to be exercised, and to what extent? Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be talking about these challenges, and thank you for the historical recap. I'm going to, for the moment, stick to the first message, which is as follows. Sport, the Olympic and Paralympic Games, we owe them a lot from a diplomatic point of view. They've reconciled sport and diplomacy. And that's not that easy. When you think about diplomats, when you think about international negotiations, we don't necessarily think of sport. You know, when we think about what happened just after the London Olympics, when we lost against our British friends, we realized the impact this can have from an economic point of view. We realize the impact that this has on the political stage. And also there's another impact, and that is the socio-cultural impact. Sport is a global phenomenon, and we can't not go about it without the right resources. And of course, it's about getting the leader involved, the Minister for Foreign Affairs. So we arrived like a UFO in that field. That first reconciliation is very important, therefore. We've got a new stakeholder in the match. So it's about appropriating sport, about buying into sport from a diplomatic point of view. Because today we can't be ambassadors without taking into consideration what sport represents in the host country. We can't be an ambassador in Brazil without understanding what football is, or volleyball even, because that's a major sport over there too. We can't forget about that aspect. And I think, we know that now. The second message, reconciliation through sport requires a development policy. And our development policy has to take on board these sports challenges. So there are resources required, and helping to build sports infrastructures. So for the youngest populations in countries to be able to do sport. It's about developing sports academies that can bring together education, insertion, young girls, young boys, people who have a disability. There are judo academies in Senegal. There are rugby academies in Cameroon. There's the football academy in Morocco. These challenges, these sports and development challenges, allow us to move forward because the contribution of sport, we know that we have to work on sustainable development goals, and sport can help with that. It means being interested in new populations, not just working with the usual people in the diplomatic circles, but to reach out to new categories of population. And the third message concerns big international sports events, which are great opportunities for a rapprochement. I don't know whether you went to the old part of town in Aix. The terraces were full of people. They were watching the match between France and Spain. No, not Spain, Portugal. Sorry, I'm already thinking about the semi-final. But if you were there last night, you would have seen all of these people watching the match. There are a few opportunities to bring people together, and the Games in Paris 2024 represent that kind of opportunity. More than 184 delegations, 100 or so heads of government who will be coming to Paris for the Games. And that means that we must set an example and provide remarkable games. And Alexandre will talk to us about that. And it means sharing the games, using the games as an opportunity for cooperation. And that's what we'll be doing with the Games for young people in 2026. Thank you very much, Samuel Ducroquet. Susanna Rogers, we are dying to hear what you have to say. As an athlete, you obtained 6 medals at the Olympic Games, the gold medal in 2016 with the butterfly. So we're dying to hear you, as a woman who is engaged in the defense of disabled people, tell us how sport is a great vector for inclusion and how we should make sure that this inclusion continues.
Hi, thank you very much. Apologies, my French is not good enough to speak, but thanks for having me here today, firstly, and with some great panelists, and congratulations to France on your win, but also congratulations for hosting the Games in a couple of weeks. And I'm sorry that you didn't win in 2012, and we did. I'm sorry about that. But I'm very glad that you are now hosting it in 2024. So best of luck with it. I guess I can talk about, with a number of hats. I can talk about my experience as an athlete. I competed in my home games in London 2012, and for any French athlete who's going to compete in Paris, what a privilege they have to be competing in front of their home crowd. I did that in London, and it still makes me so proud that I had that moment in front of friends and family. And then I competed in Rio, which was a very different games because we were talking about diplomacy, and Brazil was not expected to host a games. And personally, I would like to see more developing nations hosting a games, but the cost probably rules them out. But maybe this is something we can work towards in the future. I also, when I retired from sport, I sat on the board of an organisation called Spirit of 2012, which was set up as a legacy from the London 2012 Games. And the idea of Spirit was to take the spirit of the Games into the UK, because it's very easy to centre everything on the capital city. London gets a lot of attention, and it's important to make sure that any legacy of any games reaches populations around the country, not just in the capital. And Spirit invested, or has invested over 10 years, £47 million into projects across the UK that look at how to increase physical activity and sport participation, volunteering, arts and culture, and they've done a lot of surveys on the national population to find out the impact of big events or hosting big events like a Paralympic and Olympic Games, and how that reaches, how that improves people's well-being and how it connects communities. And it's interesting because we can share our data with you that 3 years after the Games, the population was quite inactive, so people weren't practicing sport. So the challenge that you have in France is, you know, everyone's very excited when the Games are taking place, but how do you sustain that in the long term to make sure that you're actually continuing the importance of physical activity and the importance of connecting communities? But the good news is that they undertook a survey last year, 10 years after Spirit was founded, and the survey found that nationally, I think it's 61% of people are still thinking that those games had a positive impact on UK communities. So hopefully it will be the same in France, that it can bring people together and connect communities and get people to be more active. And from a Paralympic perspective, I think the important thing is to get behind the Paralympic athletes as much as you get behind the Olympic athletes. In London, I would say that we were really embraced, and people came, watched, were amazed, because Paralympic athletes are incredible human beings, and I know many of them, and hopefully they'll compete well, but it's amazing and a privilege to watch the athletes race, because they are the best of the best, as all athletes are, including Olympic athletes. So wishing them the best of luck as well. But I do think that sport does have the power to change the world in a good way. The challenge we have, I mean, when you're an athlete in the athletes' village and you're with all the other nations and you're meeting all the other athletes from different countries, it's the only place I've ever experienced that's just peaceful, and we talk to each other as equals. But how do you get that bubble out of the village and into society and into the world? And I think that's the biggest challenge, and I'm not sure that we've got there yet. But yeah, thank you, and I'll finish at that point.
Thank you, Susanna. Thank you very much. Alexandre Mars, vous êtes...
Alexandre Mars, you're an entrepreneur. You're a member of the board for the Olympics in 2024. You're an ambassador. We were talking about the Paris Games. They need to set an example at all levels, socially, environmentally, and not just for the quality of the water in the Seine River. Maybe can you explain to us how you're going to go about all of that? Thank you. Well, let me ask a question. I know that people have just eaten, but who has bought tickets for the Olympic Games? Oh, well done. That's good. So that's my first question. And did you see that at the end of your purchase, you were able to add €2? Did you see that when you were buying your tickets? So for the first time, and I'm using this example because it demonstrates everything that's been done for Paris 24 for different games. You can add €2. Those €2, it's not much, but when all of that money is going to be pooled, it will be possible to invite people who love sports, like all of us, who have who would otherwise never have the possibility of going to the stadium. So this was set up with this Secours Populaire, and it's for 13 million tickets. So people who buy tickets, do they pay up? Well, I asked you whether you bought tickets. Many of you have. 8 years ago, so I'm an entrepreneur. And 8 years ago, I was lucky enough to meet an exceptional team. And as an entrepreneur, I asked myself the question. When I met the Paris 2024 team, we were in a fight. We'd lost to London a few years ago, as Susanna pointed out. And, you have to press where it hurts. And I'm happy that we lost. That, there were people who've been there right from the start of the adventure. The idea was very simple. My idea was, okay, how can these games be different? And today, what's interesting is that 8 years after, we will be able to provide figures. You're talking about the Seine River. I spend time abroad. And it's true that lately, the main question, the number one question before is, are we going to be able to swim in the Seine? That's the question that comes up. And, 2 days ago, we heard that, oh, goodness, the Seine is clean. And that was 2 days ago. So we should be able to use it. So that was one of the challenges of Paris 2024. Let me give you some other facts. Just to answer your question, and the economic side of things, I'll let the jet fighter go overhead. So it's an economic and social question. It's an economic question. There are 5 billion, and that's the budget that was allocated to companies, mainly French companies, and many very small companies. 300 structures belonging to the social and solidarity economy. So this had to be right from the beginning. Right from the budget setting, we wanted to make sure that we could have different companies involved. I was talking about the economy. There's a study that was carried out that demonstrated that for €1 allocated, 3 to 10 euros would come back to France. That's important. Every time you have Olympic Games, every time you have these games, and London was the case, Rio, Sochi, it's always been complicated. It's been complicated. Those games, we can be proud of them, those games are going to stick to their budget and stick to the timing as well. So it's not just a question of whether we can swim in the Seine River, but let's be proud. Things will go well. We've got a great Paris 2024 team. We're talking about equality as well, the number of women. We're not very good at being focused on equality, but the games are focused on equality because we've got the same number of female athletes as there are men athletes. You were talking about something else that we didn't know. No Olympic Games has been able to do this in the past. And then just to continue with something else that many people will be familiar with. So we halved carbon emissions compared with the Great London Games. We've halved the emissions. There will only be electricity that is renewable used. And I have lots of examples like this. I've got a list that's so long I don't know which one I should use so that you find it relevant. So the Paris Olympics, when we talk about heritage, legacy, everything that will be done for Paris, let's hope, will be carried over later in 2026 in Milan, in 2028 in Los Angeles. The objective is to share everything, and this is what we mean by legacy. It's not just the legacy of a stadium. Very few stadia have actually been built. Many of the installations already existed, and that's the beauty of the games. And I've finished very quick. I'll be finished soon. We're talking about a place that everybody is dreaming on. Now, there's something else that was done with the national education system that couldn't have been done without the Olympic Games, and you are probably aware of this. It's the 30 minutes of physical activity that are now emerging in all schools across France, all primary schools. That could never have been done if the Olympic Games hadn't been won for France, because it was about thinking differently, looking at things differently, and we know that sport is essential at all ages and especially at primary school. Thank you very much, Alexandre Mars. So Arnaud Sourisseau, you are the founder of OMS, so you're involved in high-level advice. So reconciliation and sport, you believe in this, you experience this on a day-to-day basis. Tell us how you go about this. Yes, hello everybody. Yes, so for me sport is a great vector of reconciliation, and it already is today, but it needs to be a means of reconciliation even more. We need to have more links between sport and schooling. So I'm an entrepreneur. I have OMS, one-man support. So we set up an association recently that promotes the dual project schooling and sports for our young people. I'm going to start with a diagnosis, with an observation. In France, we have a very paradoxical relationship with sport. On the one hand, we are capitalizing on and financing sport, which means that we have a great high-level performance. In 2023, as part of an American study, we gained second position as a sports nation, high-level sports nation. So we had lots of time and lots of resources focused on sport. So we were ahead of China and Germany, and alongside that, Flore Manadou, remember, she was the Olympic winner of the 50-meter swimming race, said that France wasn't a nation of sports people. Shocking to hear things like that. You know, we've just won the volleyball league, and you know, we've been world champion for handball and basketball many times. And Flore Manadou said that. Why is that? Well, because we're not capitalizing on sport. You know, physical education in our schools is in 6th position. And it was the only thing that I was first at when I was a kid. Thank you. And so it's a shame to oppose sport and schooling, because both have to fuel each other. And that's what our association does, MSAS. We create classes that promote the two, using, you know, what we have. We're in a rich country. We've got everything we need for this. And we launched a first proof of concept in September last in a public mid-school in a medium-sized town, and the results are absolutely extraordinary. Not just the academic results of the classes are the best, but the sports results of these classes are the best as well. And this has solved many problems of difficult cases in the class. Those difficult cases have disappeared. So we have to link the sports world with the academic world. And for this, if we do this, we'll have a triple impact. The first impact is an educational and social impact. We know that sport allows people to acquire fundamental values like the taste for perseverance and going beyond oneself and organizing things. All of these things are important for sport, but they're important also for all kinds of disciplines and for the professional world itself.
Sports is a place of training that is quite exceptional, and it should open in France the doors of the academic world. We know it's the case in America, we know it's the case in England. It's not the case enough in France yet. So we should congratulate ourselves because we're making progress. Some kids are getting into HEC, Paris Dauphine, thanks to sport. These are the first promotions to do so this year, and we should rejoice about that, but we should definitely make progress in this department. Otherwise, we'll have all our sportsmen going away to abroad. The second impact is an impact on public health. We talk about this more and more, but there's a number that is quite incredible. Today, one French person out of two is in situation of obesity or overweight. And this is linked, of course, to the fact that we're spending more and more time in front of screens. And by doing sports, we address at the same time a problem of public health and problems in our hospitals. The second number is 75% of the time that we spend awake because of screens and because of worse student time, etc., is spent either sitting down or lying down. So that also creates problems with health. The third impact is outreach. We know how much sports make a country visible. With the Olympics and the Paralympic Games, we're going to have an outreach everywhere in the world. There are going to be some really beautiful impacts thanks to the heritage of the Olympics, and we need to promote that. So I hope we will have a lot of medals, we win a lot of medals. The last impact is a social impact. It's we can see that in the sports team we have it's an inclusion. It's a vector of inclusion. There's some people are small, tall, heavy, skinny. So if we link sports and education, we will solve our problem of inclusion. So let's put forward sports practice in our country from a very young age. Let's reconcile sport and academia and academic results, and we'll achieve very quickly, I believe, we'll solve a lot of problems in our country by doing so. I am convinced of it. Thank you very much. I'd like to go back on the place of women in sports and in the Olympics. We heard that the Olympics and the Paralympic Games will be based on gender equality. Susan and Rogers, how can we take it even further? And then can we make sure that the sports becomes even more a vector of empowerment of women in the world?
I think, the challenge we have is often there's quite a high level of dropout of young women in sport. I think it's definitely something that happens in the UK, but I'm probably sure it happens in France as well. So, distractions and other things take over, but also young women can get quite self-conscious. And certainly in sports like swimming, there's quite a big drop-off of participation at those kind of teenage levels. And the challenge with that is how do you make sport appealing? And that's the role of athletes in a way. So things like, which was mentioned earlier, athletes can be role models. There is certainly a positive impact of looking at athletes competing at the Olympics and the Paralympics. You think, I can do that too. So it's important to use your athletes as role models for the country to encourage people to be active. But that isn't enough. You need to also have opportunities where people feel welcome and, often, I don't want to be negative against men, but, sports traditionally can be quite male-dominated. Sorry to my fellow male panelists. But, it can be quite a male-dominated space. So it's encouraging women to feel comfortable and safe and secure in their participation. And in terms of disability sport, again, there's an attitudinal issue, and that's perhaps on the side of, if I think of leisure facilities and, gyms and swimming pools, you want to feel welcome when you go to train or to be part of an environment. And I was lucky that I always trained with clubs that were very inclusive and encouraged me to participate. And without those people, I would not have won gold at all. So it takes the people around you and the kind of attitudes to really shape it and role models.
Thank you, Susanna.
Thank you, Susanna. Samuel Ducroquet, we can see that we're very far from the vision mentioned by Patrice, the vision of women described by Pierre de Coubertin. I love this question because it is going to allow me to put in practice a very practical example of what we did in terms of sports diplomacy for the empowerment of women with our projects internationally. This project is based on a cooperation set up by the Embassy of France in Baghdad, Iraq, and where they got integrated in the ecosystem of sport, and they managed to group the French Federation of Football, the Iraqi Federation of Football, to set up a program over 2 years to help young women football players in Iraq. And this is a professional program because it allowed to give a new momentum to youth that has only known war since they were born, and also to create a prospect of development not only on professional sport but economically as well, with the training of the football players, training the managers. And all these educators from the French Federation of Sport went to Iraq, and they spent several weeks in Iraq to provide this training. And these young ladies came to France, to Clairefontaine, to our sports center, to benefit from this training. And this is a very concrete case of what we can do as diplomats, ambassadors. We can bring to the empowerment of young women and the gender parity in general throughout the world. This project actually led to smaller projects because we did the same thing with Ghana at their request, and soon we're going to do the same thing with Egypt. So it is a key challenge, key stake of sustainable development that can also lead to concrete achievements. Thank you very much. Arnaud Sourisseau, I would like to go back on the education side. Emmanuel Macron has made sport a huge national cause. There's 30 minutes of sport that we mentioned. Sport has always been considered as a tool for the young people in the suburbs. A year ago, the suburbs were set on fire, and do you think that this dimension, do you believe in it, and do you have examples to back it up? Yes, I believe in it very, very much. I'm going to give you just a small anecdote. I have one regret in my life, is not to have excelled more in a sport. That my parents didn't push me enough to really get good at a sport. So if my kids show that ambition, I have 4 kids, and I would love to encourage them to be really, really good at the sport they like. And my 2 eldest ones were good at it, and I didn't push themselves. And I wondered why, and I got my answer very quickly, is in France, we tend to make a contrast between academic results and sports. And it's a mistake, because they should be feeding each other. And we have things that exist. We have sports section in schools, in high schools, but it's more often more sport than academic studies. And I think that's the problem. The problem is that the goal is to link both, to promote academic performance. And this is part of the solution, I think, and also for our suburbs, to make sure that thanks to sport, they can be a part of society, and they can combine their school ambitions and their sport ambition. If I may add something, a discussion that I have with Kevin Mayer. Kevin Mayer, you all know him, is one of the biggest athletes alive, because he's a triathlon champion, and he was saying the same thing. This thing he was saying in our French society, physical activity, the school of PE, physical education, is the subject that is the less interesting for the parents. They don't give it any attention. Maybe it's the case elsewhere, but your kid has a bad score in physical education. It's much less important than a bad grade in math. And if we want to change how we look at sport in society, that's up to us. We should start as parents. I'm sure you behaved the same way, and you had to meet. You went to a parent-teacher meeting. Everybody in this room has gone to a parent-teacher meeting, and I'm sure you first checked and. There's not a lot of spots to meet the French teacher, the math teacher, but the PE teacher, is always lots of space to meet him. So that's what we need to change. We need to take the 20 minutes, the 10 minutes with that gym teacher who spends a lot of time educating our children as well. And this is very cultural, and you say it very well. What you do in high schools. When we push the kids to go to the good schools and the great universities, you have to be good in math. In the U.S., everybody knows it. You have today some scholarships that you only receive if you're good in a particular sport. And I've hired some people who are very good at sports. They just spent just a part of their time to focus on their passion, which you didn't push your kid to do because they were pushed on other fields. You cannot do everything well. That doesn't exist. So, and that's what makes the strength of our nation is to be able to have differences. And we should bring forward these sports, these athletes. And I would like the big schools, the top schools, to encourage and to host, to welcome these kids who have spent a lot of time doing sports. So Alexandre just gave me the ball, so I'm going to take it. In Dauphine, which is the university to which I belong, we try to address this question in different ways, sometimes with specific programs for high-level athletes at the end of their careers. That didn't work that well for many reasons. But 10 years ago, we set up a program called the Talent Program, in which we have high-level young athletes, but artists as well. And they both have in common the necessity to dedicate 6 hours a day to do something else than sitting on in the classrooms and listen to us. So it works very well, because the program that other people do in 3 years, they do it in 4, because they do a lot of things at the same time. And like Susanna said, the fact that it creates role models and that it can be inspiring for other people in our university, it works very well. And it creates amazing results. We organize every year a gala during which we ask them to explain to us what they've done. And there's a pride that goes way beyond and that really is goes deep into the community. We're very proud of it, but we're still very far from the American universities and how the American universities are built around that. Thank you, Patrice. Samuel Ducroquet, sorry. You know France is going through very turbulent times. Everybody's waiting to hear what's going to happen tomorrow at the polls. There are a lot of uncertainties. Are the Olympics and Paralympic Games be a factor of appeasement, and can they contribute to reconcile the French people? We saw that when the Olympic torch arrived in Marseille, we could see how excited people were. And every time the Olympic torch goes through a city or a region, could it be an Olympics effect to boost the morale? It is true that the current context is very particular to each democracy. It is a political life of a country, a democratic life of a country. I don't have any particular comment to make on that. However, for the preparation of the Olympics and Paralympic Games, we really feel, since the torch has arrived from Greece to Marseille on the 8th of May of this year, and since it started traveling throughout France, we can really feel the enthusiasm that this event represents. And we're not talking only about Paris, we're talking about the whole country, all the cities, towns where the torch goes through. And we have this 4 million of people who are gathered around on the side of the roads to acclaim the person carrying the torch. I think it's a very strong symbol. abroad as well, because that's what I look out to. We have this outreach, we have this image of France that is diversified, that has incredible resources, wonderful landscapes, and this is also this image that we project thanks to the torch, the Olympic torch. So we have to cherish those moments, because it's a really beautiful event, and the richness today, the success made by the relay of the Olympic torch is thanks to the teams made by, thanks to the work done by the teams, Paris 2024, and all the teams that were associated to the project, the cities, towns, regions, which contributed, were involved in the project from the get-go, and they were listened to as well, so we can understand their expectations to make sure that these games would be also games that would look like everybody and be a reconciliation factor. Thank you very much. Before we give the floor to the room, I have a question to each of you, very simple and short question. What is your biggest wish for those Olympic and Paralympic Games? Samuel Ducroquet. Moi, my biggest wish is, and you're going to maybe think that I'm a dreamer, but is really part of this logic of this Olympic truce that as a host country we try to push forward, particularly when we had this truce adopted in New York last November, this moment of appeasement, of celebration in a world that is fragmented. I think that's the word that we use all the time. And to have a parenthesis where we can meet around the common values. Susanna, what is your take?
I wish all the athletes, all of them, any country, the best of luck, because I've been in the position and it's very stressful and there's a lot of pressure. So I hope they all do as well as they can do, and don't worry if you don't win. It's not the end of the world. But also, I hope that France embraces this opportunity. It's a great way to show what a brilliant country you have. It's fantastic. It's a great advert for France to the world. And I hope that the legacy is sustained, and that for years to come, in 10 years' time, you can say that you've had a really big impact on, participation and social connection and cohesion, and the legacy has continued.
Thank you. Alexandre.
J'aime bien quand Susanna dit.
I like Susanna said that winning is not important, but Sébastien Coe, who's English, as you know, said to be second is to be the first of the last. So yes, what matters is to take part in the competition. I believe that everything that was done, Samuel Ducroquet, you talked about the torch going around the country, but it was never shown that way. Of course, it took years of reflection to get to that point, but everything that was done was quite incredible. We're very lucky to have, with this team, been capable to do that. And that tomorrow is going to be over. So what we hope is that these 4 weeks of events were going to be great, but this innovation, it's not a technological innovation, it's a concept, and that will be happening elsewhere. Arnaud? We know that the results at major sports events in the nations don't have an impact on the birth rate. No, I'm kidding. We need to put forward sport in France, and we want sport to be one of the 5 priorities on the desk of our future president and government, because I think it has an impact on many, many other things. I'm going to take 2 questions from the room. So the 2 people in front of me, I'm going to please ask quick questions so we can, our speakers have the time to answer them. Hello, my name is Geraldine. I had a company called Marseille. You mentioned sport as a social link and as a factor of school ambition, academic ambition. Isn't it also a tool for economic development of companies? Thank you. Second question. Hello, I was lucky and unlucky. I was lucky to be in the story of Paris 2024, but it also built the whole 2024, which was a success. So we worked on this issue of recognition of sport. We are hosting the games in 3 weeks now. We're waiting 4 billion spectators on TV. We have 20 heads of state. We have 206 countries more than the UN. We have, and I know that, and I don't agree when we say we don't do sport well in school, but middle school it's not so good, but we still have sports associations and we have beautiful participations. We're presenting athletes in France in all disciplines, which is not the case of all countries. So why, when all these numbers are positive, we're 3 weeks away from the event and we're not having a full room here? So who'd like to answer this question? And then we'll go back to the companies. Who would like to take that question? I could say a word with my international angle again. I was part of one of the trips and somebody abroad, and somebody asked me the same question, or the same question came up. And the person of the country that I won't quote said, well, if you want to defend France, let's hear out the foreigners, because he's exactly right. You are a world champion in volleyball, in handball. You are vice champion in basketball. You blah, 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 blah. And why are you... you're making a lot of people jealous. Why are you so critical of yourselves? So I fully agree with it, and I am very keen to promote international links, and this is this logic of reciprocity that we're going to try to promote in this sports diplomacy. So having a full room, yeah. I'm also wondering why we don't have a full room, but we have 5 rooms going at the same time. So just on the, of course you're right, but human beings are this way. I grew up by always looking at the glass half full, but at the Rencontre économique, it's good that we discuss the Olympics. There are 200 people. Thank you all for being here. It would have been better to have 500, but we're very happy that you're here. And you're right. Maybe we're going to give you some tips so you can benefit from it even more. Human beings are not perfect, so I'm happy to have the people that we have in the room and that they will talk about us. So on the company side, it's fundamental. We had a group called Sport and Society, and we worked on themes: sport and disability, sport and gender, reconversion of athletes, sport at school, sport in the workplace, because we knew that it was a world where it should have been an impact, not only public but private impact. There are a lot of things that were done thanks to the Olympics with a number of companies, so it's fundamental. I have the numbers. There was 800 people online. So somebody wants to ask a question. Okay, Jean-Hervé Loradzi, I would like to say, in the name of the team, my organization team, that it's incredible that we talked about sport. Patrice Geoffran runs 100 kilometers per day, every day, and 1 million people logged in this year. So you just gave a number, and it's dozens of thousands of people logged in. So I'm sure that these 5 sessions that are taking place at the same time, and we talk about interest rates, etc. The reality is that sport and your session is probably by far the most listened to and the most that the people are the most enthusiastic about. Thank you. Thank you very much. Patrice, a word just to thank you all. Have you asked everyone to make a dream? Maybe I can make a dream as well as a conclusion. Susanna explained to us that within the village This is a good place for all the nations of the world who accepted to join or to go to the Olympics could mix and mingle. So it is the same. You remember the World Cup, the Football World Cup in '98, and the latest World Rugby as well. Championship was great. So the torch, the Olympic torch, had equivalent results than the Tour de France. It had a similar number of people, and they gave the same image of France because it went basically to the same places. So it's a way to dream, to make people dream. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the people who are following us online. Before we let you go, a personal message. Alexandre Mars will sign his books called Pause from 5:30 to 6:30 at the Fnac Library of the Parc, the Librairie du Parc.
Bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon, one and all. I'm very happy to be with you. And let's get started with globalization, petty trade between friends. El Muhub will be our coordinator. He's an economist specialized in globalization, which is a very good thing, and head of the Paris Dauphine University called also PSL. And Al-Mahud will talk us through the situation. And then let me introduce the other speakers. Outstanding, Joan Hale, who's the Deputy Director General at the WTO, follows international trade for more than 25 years. Fawzi Zand, who's the Principal Economist at AREA, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, based in Jakarta, Indonesia. And then Jan Lerisch is also with us, who's the General Director for Getlink, or CEO of Getlink, a company that was known as Eurotunnel in the past. They operate the Channel Tunnel, and therefore what he's going to be talking about is going to be very interesting in terms of the new borders arriving in Europe. Now, Mahud will get us started. Good afternoon. Very happy to be here in Aix. Welcome to this panel. The title is perhaps a title that we could change and talk about petit meurtre entre amis, that is, friends killing each other. But let me talk about globalization very quickly, if you don't mind. And I'll set the stage, and I'll talk you through what the economists say is the situation today, and then I'll try and ask questions connected to our panel discussion. We have specialists with us, and we have different stakeholders who'll be able to witness of these changes. To start with, well, globalization has entered a new phase, which is that it's more complex than ever. But it's not because it's complex that we can't explain things with simple words. During the second wave of globalization, the great globalization from 1945 till today, there were three waves, three different phases that were different altogether. The one from 1950 to 1990, more or less, based on globalization between industrialized countries, formerly industrialized countries. And then the second wave was that of hyper-globalization from 1990 to 2010. And it really ends in 2010. That was hyper-globalization. And that's when economies started to be very carbonized. They went together with the dilation, if I can say, of the global value chain to China based on different wage costs by units produced and a decrease in transportation costs. This led to hyper-globalization that has led us to the situation we're in today. And the political results, if you look at the middle classes today, and therefore many countries now are doing a number of things that it might lead them to a very difficult situation, including France. And then the third wave, the third phase that we'll be talking about is the one that started in 2010. So what you know today of what we call deglobalization, or at least reshuffling globalization, is not something that started with the COVID crisis, nor did it start with Ukraine, nor as well did it start with Trump being elected in 2016. These are aggravating factors. But after the super crisis in 2010, then globalization didn't come to a standstill. That is, globalization didn't collapse altogether, but we saw a sharp decrease in the dynamics of globalization. That means that during hyper-globalization from 1990 to 2010, trade increased twofold as quickly as global trade, or production, output. And then that's the main difference. What's it based on? It's economic factors. It's these reasons that have reshuffled the global value chain and the inshoring, outshoring of industrial activities, reshoring, de-risking. That's more recent, I know, but this is due to the fact that wage cost per unit produced, which is the right indicator to measure competitiveness, well, it's not the wage levels, it's the output cost or production cost per unit produced, that is, for each computer, for each bike, etc. Well, the cost were quite different between China, emerging countries, and industrialized countries. Now they're closer. Productivity gains, manufacturing productivity gains went up thanks to robotization in the northern industrialized countries. Salaries and wages didn't budge, just like salary to productivity ratios, which define the wage costs per unit produced. And on the other hand, what we have the reversal trend. That is, productivity is quite low, but salaries have skyrocketed in China, for instance. So wage costs per unit produced in the year 2000 were 40% of the unit cost in America for the emerging countries. That is, the emerging versus the industrial countries like the US was 40%. And then in 2018, it was 90 or 95%. It's not really a catch-up on the salaries, but it's salaries to productivity ratios. So the global chains were dilated, and then there was this reversal of a trend. The second one is transportation costs that also were going up. And what did this trigger? Well, the global value chains were reshuffled, fragmentation of production on a regional basis in the manufacturing industry. But at the same time, and that's why I'm saying it's very complex, what happened in the world of services is the other way around. With AI, for instance, we talked about AI this morning during one of our sessions, and therefore productivity gains were made in the service industry and all the jobs connected, that is in the manufacturing industry. 40% of the jobs are service-based or service jobs. And when we saw that we were reshoring manufacturing in the global north, then services were following hyperglobalization, as we'd never seen before. All the jobs connected to services are offshored. If you take Amazon and the Amazon robots, the new one, it's increased productivity gains by 5. So the Baumol law that was saying that productivity in services would remain a lot lower than in the manufacturing industry, well, we can challenge this law today. With hyperglobalization of services, we've seen that these two worlds are still connected, and they're still connected because it's not because trade is up again that globalization is going down. Because when you have customs tariffs, that's an aggravating sector. An aggravating factor, for instance, on cars with the Biden administration. That's new. When you have customs duties on top of the other duties, like the most favored nation clause, that is the WTO rights, for the 2.5 duties for cars versus China, if you go up to 100%, it's going to completely reshuffle trade. But if you have customs duties that are very high or non-tariff obstacles or barriers that are very high, then what's going to happen is that you're going to have more FDIs. That's the second aspect of globalization. Foreign direct investments, they go beyond tariffs. That is, it's tariff jumping. And that's why I'm saying it's getting more and more complex. The jump above and beyond tariff and non-tariff obstacles. That's why we're not talking about deglobalization. Therefore, there are 3 questions that stem from that. Because the 3 dates I mentioned, the 3 waves, the 4 ones, 2010, a slowdown of globalization. 2016, Trump was in power, in control, and then bilateralism was back in trade war, and then 2020, the COVID crisis, and then inflationary period, and then the war in 2022 in Ukraine. All of these will be aggravating factors, so much so that the economies will be more fragmented. What are the spin-off effects? Well, what's going to happen? Will we have globalization between friends? Will we focus on NATO countries? That will increase their trade among themselves on the basis of countries that will be decarbonizing more and more. Now, the authoritarian countries will be among themselves. India and China, by the way, have increased their trade with Russia a lot since 2022, multiplied by 5 between India and China, 100% increase between China and Russia. China and India and Russia. Therefore, we have more and more exchanges between the southern countries, and that could lead to 2 parallel globalization trends. Is it what we're witnessing or something else? And if you look at the other bloc, the NATO country bloc, there's fragmentation as well, due to the fact that politically there have been many changes. Countries are focusing on their own nations. And what about the role of China when we're looking at these decoupling between them and the US? Is there real decoupling, or will China be the ultimate referee, and they will divert the Chino-American trade flows from Europe? Anyway, this is the general situation, which means that globalization has not entered a simple phase, but there's some type of complexification, if I can use the word, in globalization. But our different speakers will tell us what's happening on the ground, and they'll perhaps also share with us a number of solutions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Mahmoud. Now, that's really setting the stage. That's very interesting, and you have a lot of passion. Joan Hill, now, your turn. I think you're really well equipped and positioned because you are one of the leaders at the WTO, and you have this global view on what's happening today. That is the reshuffling we were talking about. What would you say about this? What are you seeing? Some type of reshuffling, as Mahmoud said in his introduction? Or have you seen perhaps globalization between friends, which is what he said?
Hi, thank you so much for the invitation. Globalization has been dynamic. That is true in every way. And it's driven by a number of factors that I think you touched upon: transport and travel costs, information technology, trade and regulatory differences, including geopolitics, and governance quality of the host countries. And so, yes, post the financial crisis, we have seen certain trends that are affecting the rhythm of globalization. Trade growth has stagnated when compared to the global growth of GDP. We have seen an increase in unilateral trade restrictions, both on imports and in exports. And at the World Trade Organization, we have a number of councils and committees that look at this type of issue. And at the Council of Trade and Goods, for example, there has been a 9-fold increase of raising of trade concerns and a 4-fold increase in our Market Access Committee. So these are places where countries, members, address each other's concerns. And we have also seen a significant increase in new industrial strategies and subsidies that come along with it. That bring risks, right, of spillovers, economic spillovers. They're a drain on financing, but at the same time, they also have the danger of affecting the smaller economies around the world and the developing countries. And so when we get down to the global value chains, these trends are also being seen. Economic factors, we see change in labor costs, we see changes in energy prices, availability of raw materials. Just for example, China's labor cost index rose by almost 38% between 2010 and 2021. Then we have digitalization, the adoption of new technologies, automation, robotics, and that is really also affecting global value chains. Digitally delivered services are one of the components of international trade that are growing significantly, with an annual growth rate of 8.2% in the past 18 years. And also we see changes in consumer preferences and, of course, political instability. And so getting down to the geopolitical factors that are one of the major drivers of changes to global value chains, we see countries that are seeking, global value chains, companies that are seeking more resilience. And I think the COVID shock and other shocks to the supply chain in the recent years have driven down this even harder. And so companies are looking for local suppliers, developing local suppliers, diversifying their supply chains. And we're also seeing how AI is also being used in many ways to be able to handle global value chains in a better way. So what's coming next? What's the outlook, the future? I think the changes to global value chains, to globalization, are going to continue. Definitely, they're going to go faster even. But not all changes will be bad. We actually see some opportunities. And at the World Trade Organization, we call it re-globalization. It is an opportunity to include different groups in the benefits of globalization that did not benefit from the past waves that you mentioned. Who are these groups? More women. So we're working very hard at the World Trade Organization to include more women in the benefits of trade. MSMEs should benefit more. Youth should benefit more from the opportunities that trade brings. And the developing countries, obviously, should benefit more. So if global value chains are looking to new opportunities and how they can diversify, well, we think that the developing world and other groups are a great opportunity for inclusion, and we call that re-globalization.
Merci. Madame Fauzi.
Thank you very much. Madame Fauzi, Azin, we'd like to listen to you. What's your take on that? What would you say about the reshuffling of globalization? Is it re-globalization, as was said by the WTO representative? What have you seen? What are you witnessing? would you say what El Mouhoud said, that is a reshuffle based on blocks? That's what he called globalization between friends. Would you say that or not? And what are the effects, the impacts of this reshuffle that you might have seen in the field, in trade?
Thank you very much for the questions and opportunities. I cannot agree more to Johanna that what we are facing now is a dynamic positions, yeah, and it's continuously changes. And not all changes are bad. Some are creating opportunity, yeah, to the new players or to the recompositions of the new trade partnerships. But I would like to highlight like 3 consequences of this globalization or trade, not globalization, but trade tensions, yeah, that currently happens. First, that protectionism hurt many economic players. It hurts businesses by reducing its competitiveness. It hurts workers and households by reducing their purchasing powers. So it's not a win-win solution, actually. And the second one is the attack on the trade policy, especially to a big country, will result in retaliations. Like as we've seen what happened between US and China, for example. And it affects not only the direct partners, trade partners, but also indirect trade partners. And the third one, that the short-term benefactors of the trade tensions may be not the true winners, since there are costs in that positions. For example, it will add more costs because of the uncertainty in the business. It also because of the additional cost of the risk mitigations as well as the inflationary pressures, for example. And the situation may have various results in the long-term outcomes. So one thing, for example, that Ukraine-Russia war has created energy crisis in Europe, but then policy and market response in Europe can reduce the reliance of the Europe on the Russian energy. Then it's quite good to some extent. But then if Europe policy put stricter or restricting requirement to the other developing partners of the market energy, then the global south may face the obstacle in doing the business with Europe and may find other suitable partners to do so. So that's the dynamics continues, and what we see that the changes, yeah, the continuous changes. What happened now? The winners today may not be the winners tomorrow.
Alors,
kind of like
si vous me permettez,
If I may, I'd like to pick on this with you, Fawzia Zen, again, because in the public conversation, what the economists say is that if we look at the winners, there are some ASEAN countries that are the winners, the region that I suppose you know best. And you're coming from Jakarta, especially to be here at the Rencontres économiques d'Aix-en-Provence. What would you say about this? Would you say that the ASEAN countries are amongst the biggest winners in this reshuffle? And could you tell us more about this, please?
Thank you. And yeah, to some extent. But again, yeah, for example, when Trump administrations put tariff on the Chinese goods flowing into US, China's export market declined, right, to the US and Europe, but then turned into the East Asian neighbors, including especially Vietnam, actually. Vietnam, Thailand, and also in some extent Indonesia. And then if the policy and market in East Asia responds to expand the manufacturing exports to Europe and as well as to North America, by utilizing these cheap intermediate goods coming from China, then yeah, actually the ASEAN could be the winner, including China, because now China can reroute their exports to US and Europe by using these manufacturers' plants in the East Asia, kind of like that.
Ok, très intéressant, les gagnants.
Now that's very interesting. The winners are not the ones we might think are the winners. Jan Lurich, what about you? You are the CEO of GetLink. And I think you experienced something that not many have, that is a unilateral decision made by a country to close a border. That is deglobalization, to use the word, or Brexit, that is. And this has had a direct impact on your business. Could you perhaps tell us more about this and the very tangible impacts for you on your business when the border was closed, if I can use the word border, that is between the UK and Europe, the rest of Europe? That's true. At GetLink, we manage Eurotunnel, the Channel Tunnel. And, well, this is a tunnel that everybody knows. We manage infrastructure, but also on our trains we have all the vehicles, the trucks that go from the UK to Europe, Europe to the UK. 25% of the cargo on trucks goes through the tunnel, which means that we have a vantage point to talk about this. Now, Brexit has changed the deal, that's true. The first thing I'd say about this is that the British economy today is not doing that well. They're not really doing well. But it's difficult to measure the impact of Brexit because it happened when COVID struck. So an impact on all economic indicators. But a few years down the road, we'd say that the UK economy is the very last one in terms of growth if you look at the G7 countries. Now, let me try and share two lessons I can derive from that, which I quite like because nobody had foreseen them. And these are, and therefore we had to look at those and study what was going on. The first lesson we draw is that the non-tariff barriers are much more terrible than the tariff barriers. When Brexit was announced, everybody said not many products will be having their own levies, taxes or quotas. And that's true. Less than or fewer than 10% of trade exchanges have these levies and taxes. But to justify the fact that this trade will not be subject to these taxes and levies, you have to fill in quite a lot of papers. And that's a lot of paperwork. And that means extra costs that are assessed at 10% of total exchange of goods in the trade of goods. And that's the reason why, in terms of goods trade, we're not back to the position we had before Brexit. 4 years later, we're still at minus 15%. The second conclusion I draw from that is that the ones that decide to be out, that is the UK, from a tariff union, suffer more than those who remain in the group. I've said 15% trade decrease, but this is not symmetrical. Europe exports usually 10% less to the UK, and the UK exports 20% less to Europe. So minus 15 is an average between minus 10 and minus 20. This is also something we'd not expected, so we had to look into this with the London School of Economics, and they highlighted something very interesting, which is if you're a corporation in Europe and you export throughout Europe, including the UK, and that's before Brexit, well, if things were difficult, that is, exporting to the UK because you had non-tariff barriers, then you would stop your exports to the UK. You might lose some of your export trade, but not much. You can still survive and do your own business. But if you were a UK company, and if in your value chain, in what you buy, you have a key supplier in Europe, then even though there are non-tariff and tariff barriers, if you have to say, we'll no longer work with this supplier because they're not competitive, you have to find another one. You have to source elsewhere, source further away in another country that's far away with tariff conditions that should be better than the ones we have between Europe and the UK. And that is awfully difficult to do. That's why the UK companies have continued to get their suppliers from Europe. This is an imbalance that nobody expected, and therefore today France is lucky because the trade balance is positive with the UK. And this trade balance has continued to increase last year in 2023. What we saw is a record number in terms of the trade result between France and the UK. So it's even more positive than before. Al Mahmoud, please. Now back to you. I'd like to ask you something. We used the word protectionism earlier on. I know that not many people use the word nowadays. Now it's back on in the political stage. It seems that it's the solution that everybody uses, regardless of the parties. Could you tell us more about this, please? Why would we have more protectionism today? What are the reasons? What would the impacts be? The impacts of these measures, that is? Well, let me give you a good example. We don't want to be too theoretical. The effect of tariff protectionism, as you said, is less dramatic than non-tariff protectionism. During the whole period that I was talking about, that is multilateralism, backed by the WTO, well, we saw that bilateralism and regionalism was going up. And that's why perhaps WTO had a leadership to regulate global trade. So multilateralism was growing and the regions were fighting back with their own unions, customs unions, regional unions to exclude other countries, plus bilateral countries, for instance, with Canada and Europe. And the non-tariff barriers, they continued to increase and in large numbers. And even when we decided to get rid of all the barriers between the countries in the EU, we worked on that at that time. The economists worked on that, and they considered that there was still the equivalent, let me say, in terms of non-tariff barriers and the border effects, the equivalent of 30% of tariffs, the equivalent of tariffs. So borders have not disappeared. That was done between Canada and the US when the borders no longer existed. There was the NAFTA agreement, and the trade between Canada at the border with the US didn't really increase. Trade was 40 times higher between the Canadian provinces than with the US. So that's the border effect that lingered due to a series of factors. But if I look at the US and China, there's a decoupling. But since 2016, and this continued with the Biden administration, there were very high tariff peaks on the basis of a clause called, well, no, let's not share. It's the 301 Act to be added to the usual tariff barriers. And what we saw in the US and China is that this didn't have a very negative impact on American economy. On the contrary, it led to a diversification of sourcing because, economy is quite complex. It's not because you're going to have a tariff barrier with China that trade will stop with the neighboring countries. So there are Asian countries that will export the goods, the manufactured goods from the Chinese raw materials that will go to the neighboring countries and will flow to the US. So what we've seen is a strong diversification in American supplies coming from the rest of the world, which means that this decoupling was, vanished more or less in a whole series of new export flows. So the effects were not very negative. That's a report presented by the trade representative from the US, but there are very negative impacts on the consumers that we can still see. Costs are going up, and also we've seen, how can I say, very negative effects on the production lines. If you go too far with protectionism, if you look at the manufacturing goods, pharmaceutical goods, for instance, we're not certain that you can gain sovereignty from that. I know it's very complex, but please remember the other session we had on protectionism before. Well, you see, I think we've entered this world where multilateralism, backed by the WTO, is something that's very much challenged by bilateralism. And with Trump back in power, this will continue. I think what's happening in Europe is not better, I think, today. If the nationalisms or nationalist parties were to consider that we want to gain power everywhere in Europe, I'm not certain that Europe would not fall apart as well. So geopolitically speaking, the situation is very complex, and this aggravates the effects I mentioned before that are objective effects of globalization. I quite agree with what was said earlier on. That is, we're not looking at complete deglobalization, but reglobalization in different regions.
I wanted Joanna Hill to react to what was just said, and maybe to talk about another question, which is the question of this hyper-globalization that is quite paradoxal of services to which we're watching now, and that is amplified by AI.
Yes, I do think the issue of fragmentation, of possible fragmentation, is an important one. And we have been studying that at the World Trade Organization. And we can look at it from three perspectives. There's the merchandise trade or goods fragmentation. Also, we can have a fragmentation on foreign direct investment flows, as you mentioned. And another aspect that we haven't really talked about much today, but is on flows of data, right? That is a fuel for the new economy. And in there also is a danger of fragmentation, that some of it can come from geopolitics or strategic competition, and others might come just simply by different approaches to regulation. So we might get like a spaghetti bowl that we get in the goods, with different rules of origin. In the case of data, if we have many different regulations, it is going to be hard for enterprises to comply with the requirements of the different markets. And so in 2023, we published our annual World Trade Report, and in that we looked at the issue of fragmentation. And we found that since July around 2018, bilateral trade in goods between China and the US has grown more slowly than the trade that each country has done with the rest of the world. And so then we have more geopolitical influences coming in with a Russian invasion on the Ukraine, and that has deepened geopolitical divisions maybe into blocks. So we started looking into hypothetical blocks by following the voting patterns at the UN and seeing how these blocks have traded amongst each other. And we do see that trade has grown 4 to 6% more slowly amongst these two blocks than the trade within each block. So there is that danger in fragmentation in the goods side. And then looking at foreign direct investment, the flows are also aligning more on geopolitical lines, with less capital flowing from the developed countries to those countries that are maybe more geopolitically distant economies. And this trend is definitely more pronounced between 2018 to 2021 than it was before. And FDI fragmentation would obviously then affect global value chains and the flows of trade later on. And in the case of data, we have also been looking at the possible impact of fragmentation in that area. And this is a really important issue because at the WTO, our research shows that the future of trade is in services. It's digital, as our Director General, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala says. It's digital, it's green, and it should be inclusive. And it is the future of trade because that's what's growing. This is where the growth is. Sometimes we over-concentrate in looking what happens to the trade flows of goods, and we don't look at what's happening in services. And really, the growth that we are seeing is explosive, and it's going to get bigger. And then that creates great opportunities if you look at globalization in that sense, and to bring many more countries and many more groups within economies into the trade development cycle. And at the basis of it is the digital transformation and the possibility that AI could bring more growth into the world's economy might be affected by data fragmentation. And so that is something that I think we should all keep an eye on to see how we can, continue to use trade to bring in more peoples and more economies into the benefits.
Madame Fawzia-Zeine, peut-être voulez-vous réagir?
Madame Fawzia-Zeine, maybe you want to react to what was said, and maybe I'd like to ask you this question. We wondered who could win from this reshuffle, but we didn't ask who could be the loser of this reshuffle. Countries, of course, but consumers as well, because the reshuffling of the value chain could lead to inflation. Does it lead to inflation? Is it inflationist? Is it one question I wanted to ask you?
Thank you. I think one of the things that also quite important to be considered is the mega agreement right now, like the RCEP. It's the second largest after EU, right? And it already takes the effects. And also I agree that there are modern drivers nowadays, the data, the sustainable factors like decarbonizations and also AI, etc. Then it will also influence and contribute to these dynamics of this de- and re-globalizations. And well, if the question is about the inflations, if these trade tensions create inflation, and yeah, short explanation is yes, because the previously free market or free trade area or agreement that was quite efficient now become fragmented or restricted, then it will create inefficiency. And one of the impact is like inflation, higher level of the inflations. And it will take some time, yeah, for the market and policy makers to respond to manage this higher than anticipated inflation rate, yeah. And yeah, the direct the direct affected is the consumers. Yeah, we know that the U.S. Tariff into the Chinese goods, yeah, already inflated the domestic price in U.S. And even though to some extent, for example, when the Obama administrations banned or applied a very high tariff on tire from China to U.S., in the short term, the U.S. seen the increasing employment in the tire manufacturers, but because of the prices of tire and other related commodities also increase, then it hurts the purchasing powers of the workers as well as the household. Then it led to the retail sectors that suffer a setback with the employment losses. So the economic works in the linkages, yeah, one another. So we cannot just get everything and then nobody will lose something. But again, what I would like to mention that we need to see the period of the observations. So the short term and medium term, it could result in different winner and losers. Like we see, yeah, the whole stories is the continuous changes and how it affect. And one last thing, that if we see the world, the largest world exporters in the world, it's the same. I mean, let's say that the 10 top, yeah, it's the same with the largest importer, right? So it means that they are linked each other. The largest exporters are also the largest importers. So how could they can get everything? The winner takes it all and the loser takes all. I don't think so. Yeah. So yeah. Thank you.
Yann Le Riche, vous avez tout à l'heure.
Yann Le Riche, you mentioned the two main takeaways from Brexit. But now I would like you to explain them very concretely and explain the impact that this decision had on your business and how you managed to take benefits from it to improve some processes and make some process smoother. How can a society faced with a unilateral decision such as the one that you had to face can adapt? Brexit, tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers, it implies for the importers, exporters, and companies who are going to sell in a country that is not their home country, new forms to fill. We talk about customs forms, but there's tons of forms. For health products, we have some specific processes. For the fetal health there's some products for safety, there's some forms. When Great Britain leaves Europe, it also leaves the VAT area, so there's different forms to be filled, and that's a lot of different steps. Our job was to help them as much as we could and to create new services, and that led us to grow new businesses to keep our clients. So services activity, yes. Yes, and the fact of doing the forms for them, to taking care of all the paperwork for them. If you want to export to Great Britain, we're going to explain to you exactly what you need to do, and it's a full package of services to transport and also to make sure that they can cross the border, having respected all the regulation in place. Beyond that, these rules that may appear a bit theoretical, we have to get back on the ground and mean what does it mean concretely when you cross the border. So you have to imagine yourself a truck that arrives in the north of France, in Calais, that wants to go to Great Britain by crossing the channel through the tunnel. And this truck is going to arrive in one of our terminals, and the driver will have to have a stack of papers, all these forms filled out for a customs form, one paper by type of goods that he transports, and there's a QR code on each paper, and each of them will have to be scanned. And of course, he shouldn't be missing out on any single paper or having spilled his coffee on this piece of paper, because otherwise he won't be able to use it. And some of the goods, of course, are perishable, so he may take the risk of losing his whole truck of goods. And then they're going to ask him questions to the driver. Did you add some goods along the way? Are you transporting dangerous products? There's a whole list of check. We can see that logistically it doesn't work very well. If one paper is missing, it blocks the whole process. So of course, in terms of exchanges, it's not really good. So what we did is we made this whole process digital. Our clear ambition is to create the smartest border in the world between the UK and all the other countries in the world. And with the digital services, how does it work with all our clients? We recuperate all of their documents, so we check them to make sure that they have not left out anything. And when the truck gets to the border, we recognize the license plate, and we, by APIs, digital channels, we send this information to the servers of the British customs and the French customs, and we have a very good relationship with both authorities. We didn't imagine that we could interact so directly with the customs services, and there's a commitment on both sides of the channel to make sure that during the crossing takes about 35 minutes for a truck to cross the channel on a train. Authorities on both sides say, with the documents that I received at the entrance of the tunnel, everything is going to go well, or I'm going to do a thorough check or a physical check when the truck arrives there, and we notify to the driver who will stop or who will carry on if he doesn't need to be checked. So this smart border was the answer that we provided, because, as I said, beyond all the major economic concepts, there's a reality of the ground that is very strong. There's some truck drivers who bring from one country to the next the goods, and that completely changed the logistics chain of operators. Thank you very much. Maybe a word of conclusion of Professor Helmut Muhut, and also how do we set the place of Europe, because we haven't talked about it that much in this reshuffle. I don't want to wrap up, but I want to rebound on what has been said by the three speakers. We shouldn't be a victim of what tariff protectionism represents. And what has happened in the last few years is the subsidies that are coming back. You see what's happening in the U.S. with the IRA. We're talking about billions of dollars. In Europe, it's a little less because, we cannot come up with such amounts. China as well. if you look at the trend and all the tariff barriers and you look at the very top and you have the subsidies. So the real trade war is happening on the pre-competition field, on how to fund the research or how to fund industry. That's a real challenge for the years to come. And I would like to end on, open the discussion to, if you have tariff barriers of very high on the vehicles, 100% on vehicles coming from China, you're going to have some retaliation. But people are going to retaliate. But let's look at this survey from this French Center of Prospective Studies. This study shows that most of the sales of cars are made on a national model or intracontinental model. So 6% of cars sold in the world come from a national plant, 18 from a plant on the same continent, and only 16% of a plant that comes from a different continent. So at the end of the day, as soon as you have tariff barriers, the foreign investment drops, and we tend to invest on the spot, in the country. So it's not because we have crazy, because you have 100% tariff, customs tariffs. It's that's the real stakes of the globalization are on the way of invest directly abroad, like you said, on different fields. And that is the proof, the evidence that globalization hasn't slowed down. It's just become more and more complex, and economies are linked to each other's, and the economic independence is quite irreversible today. And we need to say that because we need to change the bracket. There's trade, and then there's also the production movements that are a different bracket. And if you put it in relation to what I said about the fact that it's subsidies to industry that are the main factor of the commercial tool, then you get the idea that we shouldn't be a victim of what's happening on trade. There's another question that remains with WTO is how can the WTO can fix up the world, particularly from with its organ of dispute solving. What do you do about that? I think we need to ask the WTO, what do you do in a world where you're going to have some forces against the WTO, particularly if Trump comes back to power. So thank you very much. We're going to let the people in the room ask a number of questions. 5 minutes very quickly. Jan Leriche wanted to bring his opinion to a fundamental question, which is the climate topic, because as a rail operator, you are very committed to that. And if we have a reshuffle of globalization that is a bit more concerted on this type of global questions, such as climate change, is it something that you wish for? Well, in any event, I'm going to react to what was said. We have talked a lot about globalization, protectionism. That's sovereignty is now the buzzword. Sovereignty means that you don't depend asymmetrically from another country. And the round table of today, small trade between friends. I don't want to depend on the other people, and I want to remain free. And we're caught between this tension between I don't want to depend on others, but I want to do trade with others and grow. And I think that would miss a very important point if we didn't talk about climate, because climate changes the dynamic and can even change the view of having this small trade between friends. So I'm going to give you the works of William Nardos, the Nobel Prize of Climate, as an example. Climate is a global subject, and that is affected by affecting everyone, and everybody would like others to stop emitting, but we don't have a world governance on that. We don't really know how to get out of the problem, and the best proposition that he made, he said we should create some climate clubs, like the rich countries that can afford it, among themselves. They would tax the products that would emit a lot of carbon, and they would create a border, like a carbon tax at the border, not to protect themselves, but to inspire the rest of the world to want to trade with them in a logic of global impact and not a protection. And what is very interesting is the European policy was based on this principle. The CBAM tax is the border, the carbon tax at the border, and the Americans last week have said that they consider very seriously, for those reasons, to apply a carbon tax at the border as well. So this little trade among friends can be also seen at 180 degrees and lead to global reflections based on local initiatives. And I find this very interesting. Thank you to all our speakers for this very interesting panel with many questions and many new questions that I would like to ask. We're going to take a few from the room. If you have questions, please feel free. I believe a micro is being passed on. Yes. Thank you very much. You talked about goods. You talked about services. You talked about direct investment. But that doesn't account for all the exchanges. And you haven't talked about portfolio investment. You haven't talked about banking credit flows. But if we look at it from a macroeconomic point of view, the problems that we may have on exchanges of goods and services could lead to imbalance of current operations, so that those will have to be financed. So the question of capital is important. And in the diagnosis that you make, what's going to happen with capitals? Joanna Hill, do you think you would want to take this question?
One of the works that we do at the World Trade Organization is try to work on a coherence mandate with the Bretton Woods institutions, World Bank and IMF. And during our annual conversations, we have noted how capital flows have drastically fallen in the case of the developing world, for example. And in the case of the World Trade Organization, what 3/4 of our membership have been doing, for example, is working on an investment facilitation for development agreement. And basically, this is an agreement that looks to cutting red tape and easing the way we do business in developing countries by increasing transparency, fighting corruption, developing local providers' database to integrate them into the economy. So that awareness is there. And from the World Trade Organization standpoint, some of the work that is being done is on the coherence mandate. Trade finance is also an issue that we have investigated a lot. We see, of course, that there is a lack of trade finance, especially for the developing world. And our research shows that more work needs to be done in that area by the group of institutions.
Mouhoud, vous vouliez intervenir?
Mouhoud, you wanted to say something? Yes, the trade of goods and maybe services. The globalization falls into 5 elements: trade, direct investment abroad, finance, global finance, knowledge, and patents, and international migration. So if you make a macro measure of those dynamics, you realize that they don't all go in the same direction. So direct investment is continuing, finance continues to be extremely dynamic. It's the premium for risk on the capital movements remained very low, which is not the case on goods nor on international migrations that are the movements, the flows where the costs are the highest. And for knowledge throughout research and development and patents, the dynamic is very strong with delocalizations since digital and AI, and the fact of providing services from a distance. So there's a very strong dynamic there. That's why I'm very careful. And I want to raise a red flag against this idea of deglobalization, because it's not necessarily true. We just witness a complexification of the globalization. We're going to take a second question from the room. if somebody wants to ask a question. Anybody? Well, in this case, we're right on time, so I think we're going to wrap up the session, and we're going to thank our panelists. Thank you very much. So please give them a warm round of applause for Fauzia Zen, Joanna Hill, Jan Lerish, and El Muhoud. It is just the beginning of the great conversation we'll have on this next year's.
Bonsoir à tous. Merci.
Good afternoon, good evening, one and all. Thank you for being with us. That's almost the last session, last but one. I'm Sylvie Kaufmann. I'm a journalist for Le Monde, and I'm in charge of geopolitics and the conflicts between the main powers. And that's why Jean Hervé has entrusted me with this task to be, that is, the moderator for this session. We'll be redefining the social contract. I'd like to thank him for that, because that was a great opportunity for me to delve into the matter, which is awfully important if we look at what's happening geopolitically speaking around us, because what's at stake is our European identity. And frankly, I must say that our corporates have to adapt to a national environment which is going through difficulties, complicated but demanding. And also we have to adapt to the international landscape where our European values and humanist values are being challenged. So redefining the social contract in enterprises to try and understand the remit of modern companies and their missions, given the CSR objectives, social and environmental objectives. This is what we'll try and do during this panel discussion, and that'll last more or less an hour. And we have amazing panelists who will be talking about this. Sandhya Ojambo, who's the Assistant Secretary General and Executive Director of the UN Global Compact. Olivier Gavalda, who's the Deputy CEO of Crédit Agricole. Pascal Demurger, who's the CEO of MAIF and co-president of the Mouvement Impact of France. Sophie Bellon, Chairwoman and CEO of Sodexo, and Florent Ménégo, the head of the Michelin Group. And Yann Lalgan will be setting the stage so that we get started. Thank you very much, Sylvie. Good evening, one and all. We're very happy to be with you. I'd like to thank all of the speakers, outstanding speakers. Thank you for being with us, even though it's a bit late. It's almost the last session. Now, to get started, let me start with the current situation that we analyzed with Daniel Cohen in Les Origines du Populisme. That is, we see that our existing social contract is being challenged. And the question is, we think that companies can play a role and can be a promise of a renewal. We've seen two massive changes. The first one is that people now tend to distrust, that is, the population tend not to trust their governments, the institutions, and the policymakers. And when we analyzed the reasons, we realized that usually it was based on feelings. The feeling that the governments had turned a blind eye on them, given the rise in capitalism and the financial crisis in 2007, globalization and deindustrialization that ensued, and also in the light of automation risks and nowadays AI. That's what people were afraid of, the majority of the population. But the second wave is perhaps a deeper shock. And this, we think, is typical of our post-industrial society, which is no longer a society of people nowadays are much more isolated than before, when we had different classes, with people who feel alone at work and in the different regions. They feel some type of solitude, for which we need to find a solution, which would be a new social contract. And they feel solitude, they feel on their own, and people are angry. If you look at all the tweets in France and what the French have been saying in the past 10 years, the main emotion that's carried through is anger. And the numbers have increased since the yellow vests in France. So everybody's looking at companies being the next solution. Companies are not the only place, but it's a place where we can perhaps overcome a number of difficulties and where people can be at peace. There are three major challenges, we think, that we'll be talking about. The first thing is to support the climate change. What about the working conditions in the future? What about the novel practices, the new management practices in these enterprises in a world that'll be strongly impacted by global change, climate change? The second shock is AI. Many documents say that there will be fewer jobs destroyed than what we thought, but the tasks will change and will be reallocated differently. Some of the tasks will disappear and will be replaced. How can we provide support to people during this transition? And the third transition that people fear is social transition. Since COVID, we've seen that new generations look at the world of labour in a different way. They have different aspirations, and the younger ones have different desires. They want also a good work and life balance and something better balanced. And also, what's underlying all that is that people want to have a job that makes sense, a good job with an ethical dimension. And people want to walk the talk, because we've talked a lot for the past years, but now you're lucky because during this panel discussion we have CEOs of large companies that decided to act. So we'd like to thank you. This is really an honor to have you. Thank you for sharing the initiatives that you've set up to redefine the social contract. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sonia Jambo, we'll start with you so that we have the full view, if I can say, so that we better understand the ins and outs of all this. You are at the head of the UN Global Compact. That's something that emerged in the year 2000, 24 years ago, at the initiative of the SG, and the view is to improve the impact of the private sector on the enforcement of sustainable the SDG objectives, the Sustainable Development Goals. What would you say about this today, please, madam?
Well, thank you very much, and apologies, I'm going to speak in English because I stopped learning French in the first year of university. I haven't spoken a lot since then. But really great to be part of this discussion, and you talked about the UN Global Compact, Sylvie, and I'll take just a few minutes to talk about what we do and then go into the topic areas. First, just to acknowledge, actually, all of the members on the panel here have had some interaction with the Global Compact. One of you, I'll ask you to come back, but all of you are members of the UN Global Compact, and it shows what we do, which is we try to unite businesses to make sure that they can contribute to their national development plans, to sustainable business, and certainly now to the Sustainable Development Goals. A little bit about the Global Compact, and then I'll go to the topic of the day. We were founded in the year 2000, as the moderator said. We're now 23,000 companies worldwide. We have about 60 chapters around the world. Here in France, we have the Global Compact Network France. Monsieur Florent Mengo at the end is the president of the board there, and Nils sitting opposite me is the executive director with close to 2,000 companies and very active and present in France. But we have a global footprint around the world. In 2003, very interestingly, Jacques Chirac, along with Kofi Annan, who was a Secretary General, helped mobilize a lot of businesses around the fact that no country can grow and no economy can grow without strong interaction between the private sector, policymakers and government, and civil society. So that's really what the Global Compact aims to do. I think if I just talk a little bit about the topic of the social contract and trust, there's three things that I'd ask you to take away from my 5-minute intervention. The first, and why the social contract is so important, is that business cannot succeed when society is failing. I'll say that again. Business cannot succeed when society is failing. It's been shown in many times you could have a very successful business, but political shock, economic shock, and social shock will always shake the fundamentals of a business. And I think that's absolutely important. The second, and we're going to talk about this, is the huge trust deficit that exists right now around the world. And that deficit exists between North and South, East and West, large companies, small companies, political parties, age, gender, religion. There's so many ways in which the world is fractured right now. So restoring the social contract is so important, and business must be part of it. The third, and it's my firm belief, that the Sustainable Development Goals, I'm wearing the pin over here, are the only remaining hope I think we have to unite the world in many ways, across government, across business, across civil society, and across the citizenry. Let me talk a little bit more in detail about this. This year we have close to 60 elections. We were talking about this in the preparation room. I know you have your own coming to bear on Sunday, but around the world, 4 billion people will be going to vote by the end of this year. But what does this mean? It's a lot less, yes, the transitions that may or may not happen in political leadership, but it gives a very strong signal to what will the economy be like? What will the environment for business be like? What will happen around important issues such as climate? What will happen for social cohesion? What will the policies be for migration, for inclusivity? What will be some of the issues around education, healthcare, and social welfare? So a vote is not simply about which party wins or which candidate wins, but it really defines what happens to society. The challenge that we face right now is that everything remains fragmented, as I mentioned. So this and the vote is, I think, one big way that we can look at rebuilding trust, if you look at the impact of those votes and the political systems that we have. As I mentioned, business will not succeed if society is failing. So what is really important and what we talk about in the Global Compact is the need for businesses to sit with policymakers and really talk about some key issues. If I highlight some in Europe that I think can advance business and the role that it does, first is compliance and regulation. How do businesses act responsibly? How do they react to issues such as human rights, labor, the environment, anti-corruption, gender, inclusivity, not just in the headquarters, but around the world where they have the footprint? Very, very important. My last point I was going to talk about simply around the social contract and why that is really important. In very few places, I think, other than the UN, which is why I'm very proud to work there, does government, business, and civil society sit together. Every year, the UN comes together in September. It's a really important moment. And I think we just need to highlight at this point in time that we all need to work together to rebuild that social contract and trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandhya. Olivier Gavalda.
Olivier Gavalda. Now, to pick on what Sandhya has just said, the private sector and economy will not succeed if society fails. What's the role of companies then? Is it to create value or links between people, connections? I'll come back to this, but first, let me give you some type of backdrop information, as Jan was saying, but I'd like to insist on these points. Number one, what we're seeing is that there's a slow erosion in terms of in the field of trust. The people who work or live in France and in the Western Hemisphere, and an erosion of trust in the political parties and politicians. It started 30 years ago, and the French, more particularly, still trust corporates. The latest reports show that more or less 60% of the French population trust companies. They say that companies are in a position to change our society, or at least to do things for us to have better living conditions. That's the first general thing I wanted to share with you. The second thing is that we've seen that the transitions have accelerated very quickly. Population, technological, environmental transformations, which means that this has put pressure on all the institutions, public institutions, but of course, enterprises as well. Well, people expect a lot from us, so we have to live up to what they want. It's our role. It's important for our people, our workforce. We need a system that's with coherence or cohesion, rather. So, this being said, the only role or goal for a company, if it were only to look at the bottom line, the profit, that's the past. And we need to tread on a different path, which is we need to embark on social transformation and provide people with support during this transformation. This is what we call the purpose or usefulness at Crédit Agricole. We have to be useful. We have to draw up offerings and services for them that match their needs, but we have to be useful in society in general. And yet we have to be a profitable bank, which is what we do. And that's why Crédit Agricole several years ago decided to have a purpose, which is to act every single day for its clients and for society. So we've decided to embark on that project. And sorry for this jargon I'm going to use. We've decided to, well, in this client project and the human project and the people project we want to factor in the social dimension. It's not a side. It's not a blotch on the landscape. It's not just yet another CSR policy. It's included in our client project and social project. It's factored in. We've included the social dimension. Now, let me substantiate this with two very clear examples. First, what's very important is social inclusion. We've seen that, if you listen to our politicians, people are talking about the purchasing power. Well, at Crédit Agricole, we've decided to include this dimension, the purchasing power, in anything that we do. In all the banking offers we have the Echo range, we do this. That's our internal jargon, so that all of our clients have a banking solution, thanks to which they can be satisfied. Low-cost insurance policies, a bank account which is almost free of charge, so that we would make life simpler and nicer for them. And also, we're very much engaged on the environmental transition. Let me give you two examples again. The one that everybody knows about Crédit Agricole and the other French banks in general, which is we've decided to belong to the Net Zero Alliance, to accede to this alliance, and to stop any E&P activity, exploration and production of gas or oil. We're almost the only bank that has stopped that, funding exploration, E&P activities. And we've decided to totally reshuffle the business so as to finance this energy transition even more. As we speak, Crédit Agricole finances green energies more than brown. There's more green than brown, and we're proud. We're proud because we think that by 2030 or 2035 we'll have phased out these funds going to the brown energy. And if I still have time, I'd like to say that apart from that, stopping to finance oil and gas, we've decided to develop a new business line called the energy transition, Crédit Agricole Transition Énergie. The objective is to make sure that everybody in France and in Italy, in Poland tomorrow, is well equipped with the proper tools so that they have access to very local sources of green energy production. Any individual or even small firms that wouldn't have enough money, not just to finance, but to have and produce green electricity, because science says that everybody has to be involved, individuals themselves and SMEs as well. Otherwise, we'll never be net zero in 2050. These are two examples, but let me insist on this. That is, we want to include the social dimension throughout our business lines in our bank, and it's not an easy thing to do. Well, thank you very much. Pascal de Murger. I think we've talked at length about trust and the lack of trust. What about you at Maïf? I suppose it's very important for you as well, trust is. Before I answer, Sylvie, if I may, let me come back to the company's engagement. Well, I've been convinced for years that companies have a role to play in society. 5 years ago, I wrote a book that was about the political company. That is, companies have an impact on society. That's the role they have to play in the field of the environmental transition, social transition, diversity, inclusion, etc. In the light of what we see today, and I'll come back to this question of trust, and to pick on the three themes that I recall from what you said, Liane, in your introduction. There's a distrust, people feel isolated, and there's anger. The first two reasons, the causes rather, sorry, and anger is the consequence. So people distrust what's happening and their anger, which means that we, the leaders, the political leaders or heads of companies, have to be up to our responsibilities. People are angry, and there's some type of hatred in France nowadays, is because, in a certain way, I'd say that we the leaders have done something wrong. If you look at what's happened in the past 40 years, we've been heading companies in a general way. And by the way, we, the panelists, are a bit different because we have 4 companies that are quite engaged, but in a general way, I'd say that we're at the head of companies, and we in France have looked at the bottom line, the financial earnings of the company, the short term. We've forgotten about the role of our people, our workforce, the fact that we need to care for them, attention given to people, sincere attention to your workforce, trust. And this distrust that people express against the elite in Paris, what's it based on? Well, it's fed by the fact that we've not done enough for our workforce to play a role in the field of governance. We've not helped them execute in a better way. People feel some type of unease at work, and this leads to social unease as well. This is something that we have to remember. We have to look at ourselves, that is, all the CEOs, the leaders here at Aix-en-Provence or elsewhere. I think it's important at this moment in time because we're really close to the cliff or chaos, and we have to be responsible businesses. Right, now what does that mean? Well, it means that tomorrow, well, what I mean by tomorrow is tomorrow morning we'll have to lead our companies differently. We can't continue and lead our country or lead our companies the way we've been leading them so far, usually. Which means, as I was saying, we have to pay more attention to the way we interact with all of our people, which means more trust. It means more attention given. It also means more sharing. Sharing value, of course. If you look at the widening gap in the past 10 years between revenues from capital and from labor, well, there's a problem, and we can't continue like this. But sharing is not just about sharing value, it's sharing power as well. Which means, what's the role of employees and workers in the governance bodies of companies? Is it a seat on the board, at best? Do we really listen to them? These people are the ones on the ground. They know what's happening. They know the problems that the company has on the ground. And of course, these are the ones who can come up with very smart ideas that work well. The other point is the question of democracy, corporate democracy. Usually that's a word that people don't use in companies. A company is not a place where there's democracy. So the leaders should be accountable as well. That's true. And yet, we'll have to work on the basis of more cooperation. We'll have to listen to all the labor representatives. And we need to consult with the workforce so that they're involved. And, of course, we have to think in the long run. We need to think in the longer run so that we have a good transition. We shouldn't just have the nose on the grindstone and the quarterly results. And there'll be no business if there's chaos, and there'll be no transition if we don't have a united society or population. Thank you very much. Sophie Bellon, you're at the head of a company that has, I suppose, more than 400,000 employees. Your father was the founding member, Pierre Bellon. He was what we call a social boss. That's his thinking about people. And he said, we have failed. We're the bosses. We have failed. What would you say about this? Well, the Sodexo story or journey started something like 60 years ago, not far away from here in the city of Marseille. And I'm very happy to be here in Aix to talk about Sodexo. And, well, the social contract today, I think, is, as you said, we have more than 430,000 people working for our company, and we are the first private employer in the world. So, back to the social contract. We had this contract since the word go. We have 430,000 people working for us in the world, 28,000 in France, with 33,000 sites. 33,000 sites in the world, 4,000 sites in France. So we're present in the regions, in Marseille, in Aix, in Paris, in Lille, in Strasbourg. We are in schools, in hospitals, in old people's homes, in football stadia, everywhere. We're ubiquitous, and we have this local anchoring. And our people, our workers and employees, are here to help millions of people, more than 80 million people year in, year out. And as I said, it all started 60 years ago. And today, we're the first French employer in the world and 16th employer globally. We stand out. We're different. And we have to remain different. At the time, my father, I remember, had this vision and this desire. He said he wanted the mission to be endowed with two objectives: better living conditions for the workers and employees and the people we serve, but also what he wanted to contribute to the economic, social, and environmental development of people. And I was thinking, economic? Question mark? Yes. If economic results are not good, the company is going to die. So economic, social, environmental. The three words were the words we used 60 years ago. But today we have to do more than that. And this is what people expect from us. This is what anybody expects from us. There's trust. People trust corporates, but they don't trust in general. And that's something we see. They don't really trust people in France, but not just in France. So we're a company and we are leaders and CEOs of companies. We have to do more, which is what we're trying to do at Sodexo, because we know we have a global impact. Let me give you an example. We shouldn't be happy with our company DNA. We have to do more. Let me give you a recent example. What we decided to do, and that's last year, we decided to hatch a program called Vita for each person who works for us, with a life insurance, a life policy that they can subscribe to, with a maternity leave, and also if you're a caregiver, you can take days off. And if our people have problems, they get some type of support. Maybe it's not going to change quite a lot in France, but in other countries, I can tell you, in India, in the United States, for instance, a maternity leave. In the US, that's something that almost doesn't exist. So it's an important engagement, and I can tell you that we are a company in which we're not developing special technologies or to prepare consumer goods or something like that. We have tens of thousands of people who are here to serve millions of consumers daily. And we have more than 22 billion, and therefore our pay package is more than 40% of our revenues. That is 9 billion, which means that when we take this commitment, which is to do a number of things in the company, in the same way, in all the countries where we operate, and this for all groups of people and workers and employees, that's a very strong commitment. And I headed the operating unit 2 years ago, and we agreed with the steering committee, the management committee, with all the heads to do more. It's part of our DNA. And that's something important because our DNA is very important. That's the corporate culture, but we want to do more today. And then the final point that I'd like to come to, I don't know if I'll still have some time. The last thing I wanted to say, as I was saying in passing, is that we are a global company, but also a local company. In India, we're Indian. In the US, we're American. In Italy, we're Italian. In France, we're French. And that means that our duty is to give a clear heading to our teams, but we have to do things differently.
We also have a very strong commitment to the food transition. For example, in India, we have 90% of the population who are vegetarian. There we have having decarbonized menus is not really relevant, but in terms of energy, and they still use coal a great deal. So here we can help them change. And in Brazil, for example, Louis, in the contrary, they eat a lot of meat, and there we can have an impact to change things. On the other hand, but they use a lot of hydroelectricity. And so on that subject, they are in a very good position already. So what I want to say also there is it in a group like ours, we also have to use the innovations of one country, of one region, and what we've learned from certain teams and certain of our customers to be able to use it to help other teams and other countries, and that's something that's wonderful. And of course, in France, we're very mobilized for the Olympic Games, and despite what's happening in the political sphere, it's going to be a wonderful event for us to have these to be participating in the Olympic Games. We're very pleased to be selected for this because about 30% of our income is of our recipes will be vegetarian for athletes and 70% for the general public. The athletes are going to eat at the Cité du Cinéma, in which it's a real building where they're going to be eating. So we've made commitments in that area. And another example is that... no more time. Okay, I have some other examples. Never mind. Okay, I'll stop there. Okay, thank you very much. We need to keep a bit of time for the discussion. So, from a minute ago, I'll end with you. You've made a lot of noise a few months ago when you were talking about proposing a decent salary, deciding that you were going to provide a decent salary. You putting this in place in your company, in the Michelin Group, if I'm not mistaken, which would be 1.5 or twice the minimum wage in each country. You'll tell us about that in more detail, but above all, you've taken that step because you have become aware of a problem. Which you've just heard 60% of people trust their company. Do you think that businesses and companies are the solution to help reduce this general distrust that is eroding our societies? Well, yes. In fact, I'd like to point out what a company is for. A company is above all a human organization, a human intentional organization that makes solutions, can be products or services, but it manufactures solutions. What we often forget that it's voluntary. If people don't want to work, the company will disappear. So a company is a human collective, and we have to take care of that because this human collective is centered around manufacturing a good. It can be a goods or services to be used in the future, which will enable others to join this form of human association, which is very effective. There are other forms of association in society that do other things, but a company is a voluntary social form that is most effective to produce solutions for tomorrow, whether they're products or services. The second thing is that essentially, why is this human form of organization so effective? And this has been the case for a very long time. It's because everybody finds what they need in it. You have to understand that when you manufacture goods and services, if you allow people to express their talents, they will develop and grow. So they will find what they need in their activity. This comes back to the idea of value sharing. There's a value that is created, and so it's perfectly normal that the people who are manufacturing this value are able to participate and share in this value. So if we come back to this basic phenomenon, first of all, it's a development platform. When you're talking about a company, and people do this voluntarily. Why do they do this voluntarily? Why do they remain motivated and engaged? Above all, because they're working for something that goes beyond them. It will enable them to help them in their personal development and to help them to go further. So we always have to point out that this is something that has to be looked after. If you reduce people to a mechanical function, and if you say they're just super machines, you haven't understood anything. A company will not work properly if you do that. In fact, Taylorism ended up in a caricature of this function of translating people who have very developed capacities into being a machine. The risk with more sophisticated technologies is that the human response to this more sophisticated technology will be to say, okay, we're not interested in a world of machines. We want to be a world of humans, because otherwise humanity has no meaning. And so we have to work on these kinds of questions. The second thing is that a company constantly innovates, otherwise it dies. It's just a question of time. So it has to constantly innovate because the markets change, the circumstances around the company change, the world is constantly changing, so the company has to innovate. And that's the best place to innovate. And that's the second dimension. The third point is that it is not a political object, but it is not a place where people involved in political discourse. Although it is a political object, we welcome everybody. The more diverse a company is, the stronger it is, and the richer it will be, and the more capacity it will have to innovate. And we are more intelligent together than just the total of the individual intelligences. So the company is right at the heart of this subject. For the collective intelligence to work, trust has to be there. You can't build trust if you have social poverty and misery in your company. What trust contract can you have is if the basic trust is not there to start with? What I often say is to company is how much did it cost you and what was the budget? And that's never put in the agenda. They haven't calculated how much it would cost them. They say if the performance of a company at Michelin is based on salaries that do not enable a family to make a living, to have a house and to be able to use transport, etc., and to have enough food and to make some savings. And in fact, in that case, our business model has no purpose. We have to do that. Of course, fortunately, Michelin has had a social contract for more than 150 years. There's nothing new for us. But we have asked that question during the COVID. We asked, in concrete terms, are we faithful to our reason for being? Is our human community solid? Is it our human communities robust? And we realized there are several thousand employees around the world who are not being paid in these conditions. And so we've made this decision. We took this decision and we said, whatever the price is, it's better for us to decide not to do business rather than to establish our business on a foundation which is not solid. Because the foundation for Michelin's success is social cohesion of the people who work for Michelin. People who work for Michelin are very engaged. They are developing properties, goods together, and all of this, the employees have participated in this. Every year we carry out a survey of our employees to see how they are. We start all our meetings with a very simple question at the executive committee where we say, how are you? That's the first question we ask. That's where it starts. Human relations start there. It starts with very simple things. We forget this in our societies because technologies enable us to communicate much more quickly. We've forgotten that human relations is not just a question of technology. But when you ask your employees, how are you, what do they answer? Because they have the impression in France that they're not doing very well. They are doing better and better year after year, despite all of the difficulties. And in fact, if you look at, we have a very high level of engagement, and it should be better. We still have some toxic management practices. We have people who are still afraid, people who aren't able to express themselves fully. I have things that are still dysfunctional, but overall, structurally, we are making progress, and we have been through some terrible crises. This happens very frequently, but basically, as we come back to the essential things and saying, is our human community doing okay? We're able to get through these crises. Okay. Let me come back now. We have a small contradiction here which we have to sort out together in the time that remains to us. Sander Ojambo, at the worldwide level and perhaps the European level, isn't there a kind of currently an increase in the social commitment of companies and the engagement of companies to achieve the sustainable development goals? Is there maybe a reduction in the commitment or an increase?
What we see at the UN Global Compact is a continued increase in the number of companies who commit to our 10 principles of doing work.
Dans le nombre d'entreprises, mais dans leur...
The number of companies, but the level of commitment. The level of commitment, is that decreasing or increasing?
I'll tell you what I think people are a little bit more worried about. Fewer CEOs want to be very bold and be on the stage and talk about that engagement. So there are fewer advocates because there's a lot of backlash. There's backlash in the United States against ESG, there's backlash if a CEO stands up and says something, it's interpreted about politics. We were just talking in the back room about wearing a mask in the pandemic and how in certain places that was, seen as a political system, a political sign. So I applaud CEOs who stand on the stage and talk about what's important and social contract, but that's where I see some of the backlash. Fewer, feel that they're safe talking about these issues, but yet, as I think a colleague said here, many in the world are looking at CEOs because they still trust CEOs and they trust the business institution.
Merci beaucoup. Alors,
thank you very much. Who would like to answer this contradiction that we've just identified? At the same time, there's a certain level of unease at work. There's some social difficulties in the French society, certainly a level of anger and a lack of trust. Do you not feel that in your companies? Isn't this something you see? Don't you think that our companies and the company leaders have a responsibility for this situation that is shared by other sectors of society, of course, as well? But don't you have that impression that you have a certain responsibility? Just to add something, what I see in my job is I meet a lot of company leaders and I come back to what has just been said because I think it's very important. And this is a paradox of the situation you've just underlined. I'll allow Pascal to explain that in more detail. I meet companies who say to me that their main concern is their employees, their well-being and their engagement. And all of them say to me that they are mobilized to work in this area. I won't come back to the explanations that we've already heard, which I totally agree with. And they see continuous progress of their engagement and their level of satisfaction, etc. All of our companies measure this every day. Maybe not every day, but very regularly. So I see these indicators improving, not only in our companies, but in all of the companies. So this is the paradox we have to try to explain. I think that the company, because today it has taken on a role for societal transformation, it has a high level of trust. I think it's important to talk about this human association. The things is maybe the reason why it's successful, because it's a question of proximity and the understanding of the common objective and working together. And I can only observe there is this paradox. Pascal, this doesn't happen to us very often, but I don't think I'm as optimistic as you are, in fact, about the well-being of employees in their respective companies. I was saying earlier, I very much believe that the unease at work leads to unease in society. There are a lot of companies where, in reality, there's a lot of people who are unhappy. But we have to be careful when the difficulty when you're running a company is that you have an acute sense of responsibility. As Sophie and Florent has explained, and you also, Olivier, you've explained that. Of course, the point is, how do we manage to reconcile something that is vital? We have to achieve the vital economic performance of a company because they're a question of survival and sustainability in a world where there's fierce competition. How do you reconcile that with a concern for personal development of your employees and the concern to make sure customers are satisfied while remaining in a sense of commercial sufficiency, not being aggressive, and also the concern of the impact of the company on society in general? As far as we're concerned at the Maïf, for many years now, we have set up what we call, as a bit of a technical word, the corruptics. Corruptics means that when you have a decision to make, you have a project to validate or an activity to monitor or to lead, we do it with 4 families of objectives. Of course, the first family is performance, whether it's commercial or economic, whatever, the performance for the company. We do this also through the question of determining whether what we are planning to put in place here, is it actually going to improve the personal development of our employees? Is it going to improve satisfaction of the company owners? Is it going to contribute to their transition, whether it's in environmental or societal. And when you systematically look at these four families of objectives, when it's completely integrated into the business culture and the corporate culture, what we're doing, in fact, is that we are choosing projects and orientations, and we take decisions which, in the long term, will add to the performance of the company, because each of the three elements in this quadriptych contribute to the overall performance of the company. Thank you very much. I have one last question before we move on to questions from the audience. For you, both of you who are leading multinational groups, how are you going to be able to reconcile this mission that you are trying to accomplish with social support and the social mission of the company? How do you reconcile that with worldwide competitors, either Chinese who have don't really have this kind of concern for their workers, or from America, where the main objective is to maximize profits? Is it possible? Are you going to be able to do that? Very quickly, please. In fact, it's true that we are a worldwide group. As I said, we are very local at the same time. In fact, at Sodexo, we have tens of thousands of people working for us who are looking after other men and women every day in very diverse environments: the world of education, health, businesses, sport, leisure. And in fact, when you think about it, and it's true that we have an engagement ever since the company was created for our employees, and this makes us different from our competitors. In particular, we don't have any big Chinese competitors. Maybe that's going to happen one day. We have big competitors in the US and in the UK. In fact, we all have our customers, and our scope represents 1% of carbon emissions. It's very limited. And our scope 3 is 1 and 2 of our customers. So scope 1 is very limited. For example, for Florent is my customer. I'd like to thank him for that. When Florent calls on us to provide our services, when we commit to look after their employees, to look after them, our employees working on his premises, serving his employees, we have an impact on that, on his company. I'm very positive. This is your asset. This is our asset, yes. I'm not saying it's easy. It's not easy at all, and we've been doing this for almost 60 years now, and we want to be more ambitious and go further in the future, because the world is telling us that we need to continue. Perhaps we've also forgotten to say here that, yes, the companies have a role to play. There are lots of things that where the situation is not very good. We've been through a number of crises, one after the other, over the last 5 years, which means that now people are angry, and they're right to be angry, because things are hard. But the positive point is that people still trust their company, and we are there to help, and we're here to help an ecosystem. I don't think companies are going to succeed by themselves. They'll succeed with the communities, with their suppliers, with the different NGOs and associations. That's how we'll all succeed. We have to succeed all together. Very quickly, in 3 words. Competition is very stimulating. In the Olympic Games, there are no athlete says, I don't want to have any I don't want to beat my competitors. They don't know how their competitors train. Competition is very stimulating for a company, provided that the rules of the game are the same. It's a level playing field. The secret is, regardless of the type of competition you're dealing with, you need to mobilize collective intelligence so that people are comfortable in what they do. And they decide to work together, and they understand they are more powerful and more effective when they work together. The other point, which is very important, is to always anticipate, to always disrupt your business model. Never think that what you have is perfect. You always have to anticipate and innovate continuously, and to continuously disrupt the way that you succeed today, saying that tomorrow things will be different, it won't work, and so tomorrow we're going to change things. So innovation is one of the keys to success in this hyper-competitive environment. Hyper-competitive environment also stimulates you. From that point of view, competition is also what helps humanity to make progress, provided human beings are able to find what they need in that. I'll take two questions, one here. Here we are, and another one. Madam. Okay, hello. Very quickly, please. Yes, I'll be quickest. This round table for me is a rather deforming mirror. You are known to be committed and engaged employers. It's true that for me, my job is to help link the economy to the human factor. I've been working on this subject for many years, and it's true that there is a backlash in terms of commitment and engagement at the moment. After COVID, everybody thought the world would change, and in fact, not much has changed, apart from working from home, but only for security and safety reasons initially. But there is a problem with that at the moment. So my question is not really for you, because you're already doing a lot of what needs to be done. My point is, to what extent, first of all, how could human resources play a more strategic role, and more globally, to what extent do you think that companies could perhaps analyze their relationship with their employees with the Dalmasio pyramid? Because I think this would considerably transform the contracts that they offer to their employees if they take account of the Dalmasio pyramid. Second question, please. We have 4 minutes left. Thank you for these very generous and pacifying presentations, which are rather exceptional, unfortunately, when you're talking about multinationals. If we could avoid the worst on tomorrow evening, don't you think it would be a very urgent matter to at last impose a true sharing and to ask the real people who are being assisted in our economy to make a greater contribution? For the people who are being assisted the most are the major shareholders of the major companies. This is, I'd like to say one thing. The shareholders are an absolutely vital partner for our companies. Without capital, there's no company. So, the second thing is that remuneration of the shareholder is legitimate. It's perfectly normal to pay a rent when somebody is taking a risk with you. They're putting their money into your company to enable you to grow. The shareholder and the dividend is not something that is contradictory with, and it's not something that goes against the well-being of the employee, because the employee is creating that performance that gives them a return on their dividend. The other point is that you should always consider that people are employees and also citizens. They are part of the world, they're part of the company as well, of the society in the world. And they're all of that at the same time. So you can't have an opposition between them. You can't have a opposition between the climate and individual. What's at stake here is humanity. So in the work of the company, we have to work on the sharing of value in these three dimensions, always at the same time. Maybe I didn't interpret your question properly about the shareholders. The shareholders are absolutely vital for a company. It's a key partner for the company. They have to be remunerated, and then you have to decide how you're going to do the investment, how you're going to keep people a decent wage, and how you're going to reduce the impact of all this on society, and how you make sure that a shareholder gets their remuneration. If you don't have a shareholder, you don't have a company. If you have no employee, you don't have a company either. So you need both. 1 minute. I'd just like quickly to come back to the observation that you made, madam. You're saying we have here a wonderful range of company leaders who are very responsible and who are very committed to the social welfare of their employees. I'm saying they're not really representative of French companies, and I agree. So what do we need to do to make things change? I think we need two things. First of all, we need to make sure that company leaders understand that in reality, it's in the interest of their company, it's their economic interest to take this approach. I don't know of an engaged employee who is not a happy employee. I don't know of a brand that is loved by consumers that is not a brand that is sufficiently engaged. Certainly tomorrow it'll be more and more difficult for that not to be the case. That's not enough though. We need to make sure that we need to know that when we call of the individual commitment of the company leaders and calling their sense of responsibility and calling on their sense of scruples, that's not going to be enough either. We also have to have a legal statutory framework which encourages this transition and encourages the engagement of companies. For example, you were talking about the possible opposition, and you may be right, between a certain amount of greed by certain shareholders and a short-term greed, for example, to reorganize the governance of companies to have a more long-term approach. There are things that need to be done. Perhaps voting rights at the General Assemblies should be proportional to the time for which people have held a share. Maybe there is something that needs to be done in terms of the governance of the companies. We don't have time to go into more detail there, but I think also we need to be able to support these changes on a regulatory way, because goodwill will not be enough. Thank you. We haven't sorted out all of the world's problems, but we have some ideas, I think. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to our panelists. I think we can give them all a round of applause. Thank you very much. And thank you and goodbye.
So, dear friends, take seats. Please do take seat. There is plenty of room. So, first of all, thank you all for being here still tonight. Please behave. Thank you for being here tonight for this exceptional session, because the women and men who will animate this session are exceptional. That's a good one. That's a good one. We'll give them a round of applause. Jean Hervé at his best. Now, on a more serious note, we started, as I said, 2 days ago, taking the challenge to face up the challenge following the dissolution of the parliament. It caused total chaos in French society. Well, and I want to thank all my colleagues, but I want to do it. I'll do it again. So we decided to change the program, and we decided mainly to try to understand what had happened, why 2/3 of French citizens, voters, why are they angry? And we got to the conclusion that we came to the conclusion that the reason for this anger is a form of populism. French populism is the idea that for years and years, decades, a large number of problems have not been solved. And I'm referring to problems for youth, for the youth, for purchasing power, education. All this had been pushed back, strangely enough, to establish a link with our tradition as economists. Throughout the years, we were protected by the fact that there was no clear sanction to the fact that we would not solve problems. So the long-term interest rates remained very low, and the gap between the interest rate, which is the reference in the German and the French, was between 30 and 50. So it was very limited. So we felt everything was going on smoothly. Our conviction is that we face the end of a cycle, the pivotal point of a very complicated period for our country, and the role of the Rencontre d'Aix is not to come up with political proposals for tomorrow and Monday, Tuesday, whatever, but to try to think about the problems, which unsolved problems, and in fact, we had to open new leads and tracks on these topics. We did that. Everybody worked on that. All the sessions have worked on that. And I have to say, my friends, what time is it? At 10 past 7, we can say that the challenge, we made it, we did it. Congratulations to all of you. The final session, that was just to reframe this final session. There will be 5 speakers, 1 in visual conference in Ukraine, 1 British politicians, American economist, leading lady, former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Rwanda, and a very talented young French women. I've asked them, as I did for the introduction, I'll give them 1 word, and on that word they can tell us how they see the future, how they can link up the world, how can we link up the worlds. It will be a very open session. There might be a couple of sessions. Just after that, I will ask our President, Françoise Benamou, to join us on stage, because there will be a text, a document that we wish to read, and then I will ask Renaud Muselier if he's still around. I hope. Well, if he's not here, he's not there. Fair enough. Well, to join us, and otherwise, and rapidly, I will do a report, the written report that you will more synthetic of the, not of the conclusions, but the synthesis of what was said in the last 2 days with 400 participants from 45 countries, from all nationalities, all origins and so on and so forth. All this to say that this report clearly has a value that we've never given to any of our final conclusions before, because they were conclusions of the Cercle, but very seldom conclusions of the 400 or 500, 600 people who have taken the floor here. Then, of course, we will keep our hands very warm and to help and applaud all those who helped. Thank you. So, yeah, you got a time limit, 10 minutes, and you got a boy over there, young man over there, who will wave the stop sign. Okay? Do you see him? Okay. And you have to stop, otherwise you'll get an electric shock. Okay? You're gonna, yeah. So all this to say that we got about an hour ahead of us. We'll finish with fireworks, and then it will be a great party. But thanks already to all those who are here and who worked very hard for the last 2 days, and us for 3 weeks, because, you know, to reshuffle the program, we had to do it, you know, and it was not fun. I'm calling Alexandra Machikuka, sorry, on the world peace. She's in Kiev, and she will talk for 10 minutes about peace. Can you hear me? You have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much for providing me a floor. It's a huge honor for me to address to this distinguished audience. I'm a human rights lawyer, and I have been documenting war crimes in this war which Russia started against Ukraine. And to be honest, I and my colleagues, we are documenting something much more than just violations of Geneva and Hague Conventions. We are documenting human pain. Because war is probably the most horrible thing which can just happen in a human life. And that's why in my speech I want to concentrate on a peace. And I would like to share with you 3 points. First, we have to define the word peace properly. For example, people in Ukraine want peace much more than anyone else. But peace doesn't come when country which was invaded stop fighting. That's not peace. That's occupation. And occupation is just another form of the war. I know what I'm talking about because I have been documenting war crimes for 10 years in the occupied territories. And I know that people there live in gray zone. They have no tools how to defend their rights, their freedom, their property, their children, their lives, and their beloved ones. Occupation is not just changing one state flag to another. Occupation means torture, rape, enforced disappearances, denial of your identity, forcible adoption of your own children, filtration camps, and mass graves. And that's not peace, because peace means a possibility to have a freedom to live without fear of violence and have a long-term perspective. Second, justice is precondition to peace. All this hell which we now face in Ukraine is a result of total impunity which Russia enjoyed for decades. Russia committed horrible crimes in Chechnya, in Moldova, in Georgia, in Mali, in Libya, in Syria, in other countries of the world. Russia have never been punished. Russia believe they can do whatever they want. I personally interviewed hundreds of people who survived Russian captivity. They told me how they were beaten, raped, smashed into wooden boxes, their fingers were cut, their nails were torn away, their nails were drilled, they were electrically shocked through their genitalia. There is no military necessity in doing this. There is also no legitimate reason. Russians have done these horrible things because they could. Because this impunity have a long-lasting tradition. When Nazi war criminals were tried in Nuremberg trials, the Soviet Gulag have never condemned or punished. And that is why when the whole world commemorates the end of the Second World War with the slogan, "Never again," Russia, for decades, commemorate this day with a slogan, "We can repeat." And third, peace and human rights are inextricably linked. And the problem is not just in that fact that in authoritarian countries, the space of freedom is shrinking to the size of the prison cell. The problem is that even in well-developed democracies, there are political forces who start to put into question the Universal Declaration of Human Rights gain weight. Because current generation in these well-developed democracies, they inherited the system from their parents. They have never fought for them. They start to perceive human rights and freedom for granted. They became consumers of values. They start to see freedom like a possibility to make a choice between different types of cheeses in supermarket. And that's why they start to change their freedoms for populist claims, for economic benefits, for illusion of security, and for their own comfort. But the truth is that freedom is very fragile, and human rights can't be attained once and forever. We every day make our own choice. And the truth is that countries which massively violate human rights, such countries provided as threats not just for their own citizens, but for the entire world. And Russia is a clear example, because for decades, Russia persecuted Russian civil society, jailed activists, killed journalists, and dispersed peaceful demonstrations. But for decades, the civilized world closed their eyes to this fact. So I would like to conclude that if we want peace tomorrow, we have to take responsibility today. And we have to base political decisions not just on economical benefits or security issues or geopolitical interests or political careers, but on values of human rights and freedoms. Because even when people will benefit in short term, for all of us, it will be a catastrophe in a long-term perspective. Human rights and freedoms are important, and we have to defend our values. And this is a way to achieve a just, a sustainable peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you can see that we've crossed the first step. First step is human rights in a future society that we want to see improved. We want to fight balances that we are losing. And what the speaker said is very touching. So it will be the Peter Mandelson speech time. A couple of words about Peter Mandelson. Peter Mandelson is an amazing man, amazing. He is well known in France for many reasons, but mainly because at one stage he was European Commissioner and he was a trade, if my memory is not failing. And he was at a time when the European relationship were a bit tricky. And Peter was one of the most intelligent men at the time, therefore the most dangerous one. You know, I remember of a discussion in Peter Middleton will take the floor. Oh, careful, you know. And then he played a major role, which for us is a source of reflection tonight, major role, together with Tony Blair, with Gordon Brown, and we'll add, well, I have to with Anthony Giddens, some of you might have known, well, he prefaced the book I wrote, you know, the English version. Anyway, he said it was a good book, by the way, so, you know, whatever. So, they invented, transformed what was, in our opinion, the analysis of the British political situation from the left to nationalized and so on and so forth. They invented the neoliberal, and it was very deep. Some of you linked it up to
philosophe allemand.
We linked into a particular German philosopher, and we saw that we could change our way of seeing things and acting in politics in a major country. So this is what he's going to be talking to about, this major challenge that they managed to succeed in. And here we are, Saturday evening. We can see that it's important for us to see that we can transform things. That's something that's really important.
Thank you very much indeed. I did actually receive a phone call once, early one morning when I was Commissioner for Trade, from the French Prime Minister, who told me that I had fought like a lion for Europe. And for that, I was proud to receive the Légion d'honneur. So you see, we are friends. Now, given the ban on politicians speaking today, I'm very privileged to be speaking with you this evening, representing the entire political class. So I will do my best. But this is indeed an historic moment for both our countries, Britain and France. Britain is now coming together under a new centre-left majority government as of yesterday, and France, of course, is going in a different direction. But winning back power for us, progressives in Britain, has been very hard. When Labour lost office in 2010, the party's then leadership was inclined to renounce New Labour, casting doubt on our record in government and preferring to take a more ideological approach. In fact, it failed to renew Labour, instead managing to sound old-fashioned and irrelevant. And this void was then filled with a further form of left populism, laced with anti-Semitism under Jeremy Corbyn. Now, in this week's election, Labour came back, Lazarus-like, from our near-death experience. And we did so by placing ourselves very firmly in the policy centre ground. But have no illusions, Britain is not immune to the political forces that we are now seeing rising in France. And indeed, this is a European-wide phenomenon. A populist nationalist movement is growing on the right in the UK, and how we all respond to this will shape our politics for the next generation. So what are the underlying causes of this for us all? Well, in my view, they are both difficult and complex. Many disillusioned voters are attracted to those who they regard as strong politicians with confidently expressed opinions who appear to lead rather than simply bend or conform to conventional cosmopolitan wisdom
They appear radical, but of course they are better at deploying slogans than finding solutions. But on the left, we are most comfortable on economy-related issues. And Labour has just fought our election on economic cost of living issues with the rising tax burden and deteriorating public services at the centre of our case. But pressing as these economic and public service questions are, many disillusioned voters have other concerns. Many who work in the everyday economy feel their status is diminished and insufficiently rewarded. They fear rather than embrace technological change. They feel patriotic but believe that their patriotism is looked down on. Their experience is that public services and social security aren't working well, partly because of population pressures, but also because of inadequate spending and efficient delivery. Now, some feel they are disrespected and that crime and antisocial behavior is making them less secure in their own communities. And these are all concerns which cannot be reduced simply to economics. They are, in fact, majority concerns, but institutionally and in many parts of the media, these voters feel that they are, like a powerless minority, ignored by a different culture from their own. Many on the left pursue politics as they see it, of inclusiveness, asserting the rights and the voice of minorities in society. This is very important for us to do. But all too often, the left fail to see that their inclusiveness is also selective. And it denies the right of those in the perceived majority to have legitimate grievances of their own, and this further compounds those grievances. Now, these voters are very indispensable to us, and we will not reconnect with them unless we understand and adequately address cultural anxieties and their sense of disempowerment. As politicians, we need to start listening to what these voters are saying to us and to respond. And migration is the most obvious example. The great Labour Europhile and reforming Home Secretary, Roy Jenkins, got close to where we need to be back in the 1960s, in my opinion. His three pillars in respect of migration were control, integration, and tackling discrimination. And I would add a fourth, which is proportionality. There are limits to what is sustainable, and we should start by acknowledging these limits. Unless we develop migration policies that command majority support, we will find ourselves out of power and more extreme groups and parties in power going much further and damaging our economies and our public services as well as our societal cohesion. The tendency among some progressives, in my view, has been to run away from this debate for too long, out of some discomfort, and instead, rather than dedicate our energy to finding progressive solutions to this issue, and in my view, this has to change. The cohesion and the success of European society depends on all of us in the center ground of politics finding new ways to address these issues. Although the centre held at the recent European parliamentary elections, the divergence in outlook between the European elite and the European street widened uncomfortably. And we should not confuse the existence of a centrist majority in Europe with stability. These are not the same things. For stabilization to prevail, the center must not just regroup, but it must rethink and ask itself serious questions. We must be cultural as well as economic in our thinking and in our policy development. So this is now what I think Europe's leadership has to address. And I think we should do so, ladies and gentlemen, with the same vigor and the same confidence to match those in our societies and our politics who simply like to shout. Thank you.
Bon, nous voilà déjà rentrés dans le vif du sujet de l'optimisme, au fond.
Now, we're talking about optimism, and what matters is to understand what's at stake, as you said, and what you talked about, that is, migration, is a complicated topic, and very often people tend to push this away from them. Right, now we have a third speaker, that's Jason Furman, who's a professor and his PhD, and that's very important for us. Your PhD was in Harvard, and you are a professor at Harvard, and you were one of the economic advisors who were very much listened to by President Obama. And the word is trust for you. Why? Because I looked at what you do, and you think a lot about the reasons why today we tend to challenge all of the political institutions, the trade unions, all the institutions that exist. How can we regain trust? 10 minutes, please.
Should not have problem solving this in the next 10 minutes. We've all observed the rise of populism to the east in Hungary, to the north in Sweden with Brexit, to the south in Italy. We've had a little bit of it west of you in the United States. And it's tempting to think that this is all happening because whatever it is that we thought was the right thing to do wasn't done. And if you had only done that, it would all be fine. But what's notable is how different all these circumstances are. Eastern European economies were booming when populism rose. Our economy was coming out of a deep financial crisis, but also doing reasonably well. Italy growth had just started to pick up. Some countries like France have very large states with a substantial amount of redistribution. Other countries like the United States have much smaller states with very low levels of redistribution. And yet you've seen a lot of common things in all of these countries. The most fundamental and at the root of it has been just a dramatic increase in distrust of institutions. You mentioned Harvard a few times in my introduction. We have a decent brand name. We get tourists. People come and buy Harvard t-shirts. But if you say you should think this because I'm from Harvard, for at least half of the United States, they're more likely to think the opposite of whatever you said rather than to believe what you said. In fact, trust in universities in the United States, and I think around the world, is incredibly polarized. And so among Republicans, it is less than 20%. Among Democrats, it's still reasonably high. Trust in the media, trust in the courts, trust in the Congress, trust in the presidency, all of these are very low, and many of these are polarized and depend very much on what party you are and what party is in power. Now, it's easy to look out at people who say climate change isn't real, who say that vaccines don't work, and have other ideas that are completely contradicted by science, and say, you know, they're ignorant, they don't know what they're talking about, they just need to listen to my colleagues from Harvard, and then they would know the truth. And there's something to that. I don't think you should let people off the hook who have views that are just completely, utterly contradicted by reality. But my colleagues, maybe sometimes myself, also have some of the blame when they take issues that are complicated and have trade-offs and pretend that they're simple and that there are no trade-offs, when they say that the entire world will come to an end in 5 years if we don't do anything about climate change, and then 5 years later, turns out the world is still there. When they make statements that overstate the benefits of vaccines in order to get people to take them, probably knowing that some of those statements aren't true. All of those are ways in which the elites, people at universities, people maybe even at gatherings like this, have done something to earn the mistrust. Now, I don't know the ratio of the blame. How much of the blame is the people who disbelieve climate change and disbelieve vaccines? Or how much of the blame is people that overstate the problem of climate change, which, by the way, I think is a very, very real problem, don't get me wrong, or overstate the benefits of vaccines? I'm not sure the ratio. But let's say the ratio, and I don't think this is true, let's say the ratio is 90% the fault of the people who don't believe the scientists and 10% the fault of the scientists for exaggerating. Well, guess what? The elites, the scientists, the people at universities, they can really only do something about that 10% of the problem that they caused. And it may be more than 10% of the problem. That's what they can do. You can sit around complaining all you want about people not listening to you, people not trusting you, people not trusting in institutions, and it's not going to change their mind. What has a hope and a prayer of changing minds is by changing your own behavior and changing the way you're doing things. So I would suggest 4 steps. The first is don't lie. That's relatively easy. Very few people think of themselves as lying, but yet I sometimes hear things that take something where there was a good argument for something and add to it to a point where it becomes untrue. The second is maybe a little bit harder, which is don't mislead. You know, when it comes to migration, for example, in the United States, in France, in Sweden, and just about every country I mentioned before, the share of people who are migrants is the largest it's been in some countries ever. In other countries like the United States, the largest since the year 1900. I think that's a good thing. I think that's contributed a lot to our economy in the United States. But it's a really big change, too. And to level with people, to respect that people think that that's a big change, to not try to deny that there has been any change, I think is a way to not be misleading. The third suggestion is don't just talk, but listen. In fact, there's a lot of social scientific evidence that the best way to persuade people is not to go on and on and on, though in my defense I was told to talk for 10 minutes, but is to listen. and to try to understand that even when somebody is saying something wrong, there's a kernel of something right, a kernel of a real concern, a cry for help, a legitimate way in which they're worried about maybe their status, their place in the world, and the like. And so to listen. And the final thing is writing a shared story is not your story. It's not their story. It can only be a shared story. And my training is in economics. That's what I spend most of my time thinking about. And the core insight of economics is gain from trade, that the world is positive sum. That's something I very deeply believe in. If we wanted to be wonky about economic policies, I'd talk about the importance of expanding productivity growth, increasing the size of the pie, and ways in which that could help address our problems. I'd talk about distribution and how that pie is distributed. But I think most fundamentally, a shared story is one in which, by not lying, by not misleading, by not just talking, but listening as well, come up with something that bridges gaps. I'm under no illusion as to how easy this is. I'm under no illusion as to how much this will change things overnight. But acknowledging that the world is complex, that the world has trade-offs, that you have very good arguments for your position, but there are some arguments against your position as well, that science doesn't actually ever give us answers, because we need to combine science with values, combine science with an understanding of what costs and benefits are. And I think if we start to all slowly do that, step by step, person by person, we can start to make progress on the shared story that's the title of this session, and maybe get to a somewhat better politics than we've all had in our countries over the last decade and maybe longer. Thank you.
Merci, merci, Jason.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jason. Well, as you see, we are making headway. We have a vision which is more optimistic, and as you will see, we will finish with rosé wine. Now, Eva Sadoun, please, 10 minutes as well. This is a young woman, Eva Sadoun, very interesting woman. For a couple of years, now many years, she's launched a number of actions, and from what I gather, the objective is to invest, but to invest for well-being. So the word that I have for her, the word that she said I should use, is care. Care. A new way of thinking about growth. 10 minutes, that's going to be brilliant, I think. Thank you very much. I started as an entrepreneur, and then I looked at economic theories, the militants. I was working on the ecological and social transition on the employer side. I looked at economy, not political issues, not art, but what was important for me was economy, because I have this conviction in me, which is growing every day, which is one of the main reasons why we have a fragmentation in our society, or social inequalities, ecological inequalities. This is coming from economy. If you look at what's happening in France today, we couldn't say that economy has not triggered what's happening now, but in a certain way, and that's what I started thinking about when I started studying economy, is that we can think about doing things collectively if we maximize the interest of each individual, the homo economicus, if without distrusting together, they should work together. This business model, this economic model is connected to the social crisis that we're talking about this week, but the ecological crisis is due to what man or human beings have done on nature. No, I'm saying man, not human beings, but man. And for a good reason. It's the IPCC report that says that. We have to rethink this. Now, in the light of all of these conclusions, there are two messages that we hear in the media. There's one that the general public is ridiculing, and which is that of degrowth, that people are mocking, or flows that have not been rethought, a niche-based model. The other voice or message is to keep the system the way it is. But then we should also face and overcome new crises and new options. But in doing that, we wouldn't even challenge or question the reasons why we have these social and ecological problems without challenging the models that have triggered these crises that we're experiencing today. Because the model of more green growth is really based on individuals and on polarization of individuals. There are two numbers that I like. Our GDP and the GDP growth was 2% a year. But if you look at the Human Development Index, it has stagnated in the past 50 years. What's the reason? There are two main reasons. The two underlying assumptions in the business model that I'd like to challenge this evening is, number one, that we don't consider that we are people who care. I don't know if you know that, but newborns, when you feed them, the reason why they do this with their spoons is because they want you to feed them. So care is something that belongs to humankind. It's societies and economies that mislead us. The second thing I'd like to challenge is the separation of two spheres in our societies coming from the liberal models. One which is called productive. It's a sphere that would gather all the wealth, and the private sphere. That was Adam Smith's thesis, which is that of care, which should be free. And this is what we see in our models today, and the system, this sphere, is very much precarious. So what we miss in our society is care. People usually talk about the energy infrastructure, but and people say without this infrastructure we can't live. We can't live with the energy slaves. But nobody looks at our economic system and challenges the system, because we have a private sphere, a care sphere that supports the productive system. If you look at domestic work to GDP in salary increases, it would be the equivalent of the minimum wage. 30% of the economic activity is based on this system. This is huge. This is why, to my knowledge, if we have to rethink our economy, if we want to absorb the ecological and social shocks that we're living through, because yes, we live in a civilization which is mainly economic, like it's never been before. So economy should bring solutions, and the solution is care or caring. It's a way for us to rethink global economy as a whole. With care, we'll be able to rethink economic indicators. We'll be able to look at our economic growth in a different way. We'll consider other flows, the health flows, the ecological flows, the well-being flows, not just wealth flows or capital flows, which, unfortunately, as we've seen recently, is no guarantee of a prosperous world and healthy economies. With care, we'll be able to look at the notion of time differently, because what we need in care is time. And the reason why today people do not cared for enough, that we've lost the social link, is that we have no time. The nurses are complaining, the GPs are complaining, the staff in hospitals are complaining, so we have to rethink how we relate to time at political level, in companies, in society as a whole. With care, we'll be able to rethink our governance systems. We don't want to govern on the backs of those who try and escape the ecological problems. This is a nice image. Do you, Franklin, think that, for instance, La Défense in Paris, which is the business center of Paris, would be afraid of these new ecological policies without the crisis, because we have top leaders who think that they can avoid these social problems, these labor-related problems. That's why care is inclusive. It includes the people concerned by these challenges. It's a governance that's based on a democracy that functions. A care economy is something that's based on democracy, not an economy that's afraid of policymakers, which was the case for liberal economy in the past, which is the economic project today in the hands of the far right, which say about themselves that they're here for the people, but not at all. This economy is here to serve a very small percentage of decision makers. So the care economy shouldn't distrust economy or policy. The care economy should feel that they belong to the political world per se. And that's one of the major issues today. That is, the economic world has developed a very strange thing by remaining neutral. They don't want to face the fundamental role. They have a civil role to play in society. And what I've seen, which I would say is the main obstacle in the light of this care economy that's emerging, is that the starting point for the care economy is to recognize that we are personally vulnerable and vulnerable as a group. And that means we have to change mindsets. And this is something huge. And the liberal model is based on a philosophy that says we don't need God, we don't need masters, we don't need mothers. So if we want to rethink society together, if we want to draw up this narrative, this joint narrative, we have to realize that all of us are vulnerable and interdependent. What frightens me to some extent today is that the nationalist parties refuse these vulnerabilities. This is what it's all about. That is, we're trying to say, we'll avoid vulnerability. Whereas if we were to focus on collective vulnerabilities, we could find solutions. If collectively we are vulnerable, which is what we saw during COVID or geopolitical crisis, that's when we can try and rebuild and look at the loopholes in our societies. But the decision makers do the contrary. They try and avoid the problem. They say, we'll stop migration flows. They say, we're going to focus wealth here or there. And we're overpowerful. We're very mighty. We can beat the others. Whereas we should focus on vulnerabilities, to build our new societies. And of course, I want also to share hope with you. There's a plea that I have for the economic world. Today, the economic world for me has three choices ahead. That is, given the democratic crises, not just in France but elsewhere, that's good news in the UK recently. So a democratic crisis, not just in France. And what are we seeing? We are seeing this crisis in the Western Bloc. The first thing is that the economic world could do what some have done already. They could play an active role and contribute to the development of extreme right ideas by financing extreme right groups, asking for deregulation, advantageous tax standards. And I was thinking about these dark moments of history. It's the same that's repeated. The second option, which is the economic world, could remain neutral and continue with the laissez-faire, which is one of the pillars of liberal economy. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. And then the economic world will adapt and will navigate all of the political difficulties. Or the economic world could muster courage. We know that in the past 50 years, the political world has gone down. The private sector has the money, and they can define society for tomorrow. So this is a plea for the players, the stakeholders in the economic world. You have to have courage to fight back. Whatever happens in our democracies, you should be the stakeholder who's going to finance independent media, the stakeholder who's going to finance care, the stakeholder, the player that's going to believe in transformation and the common narrative. Otherwise, we can't hope more from society. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Bien, merci. Merci beaucoup, Eva.
Thank you. Well, you've expressed your opinion, and of course that would restart the discussion, but it was fascinating. Anyway, we'll close now with, again, an exceptional individual. I've known her for a couple of years. Louise Mushikiwabo. She She was Minister of Foreign Affairs for Rwanda, and today she's Secretary General of Francophonie, and the International Organization of Francophonie, that is the French-speaking area. So, and I suggested the word cooperation. You know, step by step, we have to push back the walls and remove all the constraints, everything that's negative, and try to regain ground for optimism and to control our own destiny and fate. That's a great quote, says he. Thank you. Jean-Hervé. Well, we're nearing the end of 2 days of solid reflections and pondering. Well, I have three proposals. For a joint future and narrative and cooperation. First proposal is what I said yesterday in the during the North-South panel, North-South Equilibrium panel, and I was happy to hear Professor Jason talk about Professor Jason to say that when he said that we need to listen. Yes, we need to listen, and that's a key point. You explained that, but I think I would rather tell you a story. In February 2022, leaders from the African continent and European leaders met in Brussels. And they decided during a summit which was quite exceptional to review relationship between Europe and Africa and to organize a solid partnership where there would be dialogue, we would listen, support, mutual support, solidarity, and a lot of great things together. 10 days later, the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. Well, there was a resolution in the United Nations, and half of the African continent did not support Europe. So the question then that arose, and I heard it several times, we were in Brussels 10 days ago, how come so many African countries did not support our position for this war? And my answer was that, well, I'm running an organization which groups the Western countries and African countries and Asian countries as well. And I said to my European friends, first, because a lot of Africans do not understand this war. Some African countries have historic relationship with Russia, and therefore they do not dare take a stand and talk about aggression. Other countries have, national issues, jobs, and youth says to the African leaders, well, this is the white people war, take care of us. In March, organized a meeting of the ministers of foreign affairs of the French-speaking zone, and countries which supported, strongly supported Ukraine, including France, Canada, Romania, asked me to take the floor right at the beginning of the crisis to make a statement. You represent 88 states and governments. You should take the stand, express your support to Ukraine. But countries which are more remote or distant from the war and the situation, including many African countries, threatened me by saying, Madam, if you support Ukraine, we'll leave the organization, because 80% of the wheat that comes to our country comes from Russia. And other countries said, well, we are ready to denounce the aggression, but not condemnation. So the day we organized this ministerial meeting, we started at 9 o'clock in the morning. We did not close the meeting. When we finished the meeting at 7:30 p.m., it was quite remarkable. I learned a lot that day because I understood that we don't understand one another. It's not that we don't support a cause or we don't advocate for it, but we're not able to listen. We don't know how to listen. And I have a little anecdote, which is that very day we spent about 3 hours. We spent 3 hours of our time trying to find an alternative to the word condemnation, because most countries said, okay, we're against the Russian aggression, but please do not say condemned, because we don't know where this war is heading, and we don't know how this war is going to impact us. So French language being rich, after several hours, we replaced the word condemnation by, I remember, disapprove. Some countries said disapprove is too shy, it's not enough. So finally, we issued a resolution supporting Ukraine with the word strong reprobation. Strong reprobation. French language is beautiful. Anyway, they were all happy, but in fact, one day where we did not understand one another, but we do not listen enough. Second proposal is global governance, which has to be shared. For cooperation, you need means that you give room to everybody. Global governance was discussed yesterday. The behaviors of some countries. Mr. Barnier and President Macky Sall yesterday talked about the West, which thinks that in the West they think they know everything, and they're lecturing the others, and that's a major issue that always comes, is always raised in our discussion. Global governance today should take place, should change. Because otherwise there will be fractures. Global governance is a common good. United Nations were created for countries to get together following 2 world wars. That was a long time ago, and we need now, today, we need reshuffling and updating of global governance. Third proposal, and here I'm referring to Africa for obvious reasons, youth. Collectively, we need to give hope to the young people, and in Africa, it is of lack of opportunity, lack of jobs, but they don't know what the future will be. And let me take the example of our member countries in the Sahel region, Sub-Sahara. In 4 years, there had been 7 coups in West Africa, mainly, where a region where there is a security crisis for at least 2 decades, and where statistics in the field of education are scary, and I have to say they're appalling. And I'm an African, so I don't have any complex here. There is a very poor governance for many leaders in our country, and therefore the young people consider that any young army officer who comes with saying that I will change your lives, well, they support him, they go for it, and they say, but the governance from the civilian governments, they didn't change our lives. They were corrupted, So why are you worried about the arrival of young army officers? So youth needs to see that there is a hope for tomorrow, not just in Africa, by the way. I've observed the young people in Europe. I've been in Europe for the last 5.5 years. During the COVID period, which they were totally lost. They didn't know what to do during the COVID period. They didn't know how long the crisis was going to last. They had to stay home for months and not knowing what was going to, what would happen for their studies, friends, and let's give hope to the youth. Help them. This is a must for all. Thank you. Dear friends, so you've decided to have dinner around 8:30, or 9 o'clock, possibly later. So we've got such a great panel. Let's take a couple of questions about this vision you shared with us, the four of you, positive. Who has a question to one of the speakers? Any? With a microphone, please. We need a microphone. Good evening. I'm Amandine Dellen. I run a business called Marseille. My question is to Eva. You talked about vulnerability. Your speeches. I wondered if the starting point, I read that in the filigree, is the vulnerability of the manager, the business manager himself. And possibly, indeed, if we were to feminize the highest functions, vulnerability will come easier in businesses. Eva answers in 1 minute. Well, business managers today are not being hired for being vulnerable, but I think that's the issue. But men have to deal with this myth of virility, and the vulnerability is deep, and this is why sometimes it turns into something else than just collectivity. So you got me, I suppose, says Madame, by the way. I think society has to be more diverse, to have these new role models, which maybe will embody a mode of management which will gain the trust of everybody, and there will be vulnerability, will be appreciated, so that it enables, it makes it possible to better understand problems, and maybe those those non-educated men managers will, this has to go through the educative systems, and they will have a better behavior. Another question, comment, remark. What's happening? Everybody's out. Hello? It was so great that you're all flabbergasted and you don't want to know anymore. So now I would like to thank the four members of the panel. You gave us a new vision, a very interesting vision, and very positive for at the end of the 2 days of work. Great thanks to the four of you. And now, I will now invite the president of the Cercle des Économistes to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, stay on stage. You can help us solve a political problem, Peter, possibly here. Thank you for this great session. We talked a lot about populism, values, but I want to read, I'm only the speaker of the Cercle des Économistes. I want to read a brief note. Just before major election for the future of our country, we, members of the Cercle des Économistes, call all participants to the Rencontre d'Aix who have shown their attachment to honest, clear, and inclusive dialogue to oppose and to ensure that they will fight and advocate for the position of France in Europe and all our values for tolerance, humanism, and our nations was built on that, and it would be a shame and a mistake to shift away from that.
On va terminer très rapidement.
Well, we'll finish. It won't be long. What you have now, what you've received, is a document which I think will cover what we've been working on. I'm not going to read through all these bullet points. I don't think there would be much value added in doing that. But maybe, by the way, could somebody bring me another paper? I should thank many people, so I need to have a list of people. I wouldn't mind saying thank you all, but well, what you have in front of you is an interesting document in three ways. As I mentioned before, we consider that the vote that took place several weeks ago, which perhaps will be confirmed in a way or another tomorrow, is a sign which really shows that there's malaise in our country. People feel uncomfortable and are going through difficulties. And rather than saying they're not doing this right or they're like this or like that, no, our duty at the Rencontres économiques d'Aix is to try and shed light on things and understand the reasons for that. And as I said earlier on, what we think is that maybe the deep cause of this is a number of topics that have not yet been solved, a number of issues. And what Peter Handelson said about the situation in the UK really shed light on how we have to move on and continue in the weeks to come and the months to come. Not next week. Let's not talk about next week, shall we? That's my first remark. Second remark. All of these sessions, I think we had 72 or 73 sessions. Well, during all of these sessions, what we said is that we have to brainstorm on the basis of these themes, or on the basis of these difficulties. And this is what's important. And this is a message that we'll send to whom it may concern. That is, those who are going to govern the country, and more generally, those who are worried about the political situation in our country. That is, what we see is an absolute convergence, contrarily to what's happened before when we were drafting proposals that had been drawn up beforehand, to tell you the truth. Well, anyway, not drawn beforehand, but very quickly. What you have in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, is what all participants have converged to during these Rencontres d'Aix. My third point, and this will naturally lead me to explain that what we have done, by we I mean a team of 4, and I'll ask them to join us on the rostrum, Fabienne, Vincent, and Mathilde, and Camille. Could you please join us on stage? What you did was incredible, and you did that in 3 weeks. Could you please join us? Well, what about Camille? Where is Camille? Well, she's on her way, probably nibbling something. It's normal. So, as I was saying, what they have done collectively is that they've put across the simple idea, which is we're going to collect everybody's views. So you will get minutes for these 75 sessions that everybody's attended in a way or another, and you will see that there's genuine convergence. Oh yes, this is the list of thank yous. Right, now that was my second point. Thirdly, enshrined in this very idea, and that was very clear in what you said, both of you, is that there's, of course, the very short term, You will see on Monday there will be changes in interest rates, etc. People will be very fidgety. And then there's substance, the substance of things. And then we have to have a strong will, but we have to think in a very serious and deep way. So the 7 themes that you have in front of you are themes we've been brainstorming on. Oh my, oh my. Thank you very much. As I was saying, these are themes, 7 themes. I'm not going to read them out. But all of those themes are essential, which means that they're essential for French society. And I think this is what we can find in other Western societies. If we don't find solutions to these main challenges, the 7 challenges, our society, and I mean French society, will be facing the same difficulties in the months ahead. Well, we've had lots of signs, the yellow vests, the youth in the streets, etc. So we thought it was weird, strange, bizarre, but there was a word, I remember the word that Louise uttered. She said, listen, or listening. All the people we've been listening to are people who've all said, we have to listen to the French, lots of French, because many of them were not listened to. We have to listen to the North-South partners. When we discuss with our friendly African countries, and there are quite a few of those, we don't listen to them enough. It is not mutual listening. So the 7 themes are the themes you can see. They're major theme. Some of these proposals are quite bold, and there's a couple of those that are dear to me, so I must. Yes, I have to mention them. The first one is that when I was young, Peter, that's not long ago, is it, when I was young? When I was young, not long ago. 10% of the population were poor. 10%, well, there's a definition for that, a strict definition that defines the poverty line. Nowadays we have 20%. We spend 33% of GDP for the equivalent of social cover or welfare, and 20% of our population who can't eat or drink, except if they go to low-cost restaurants where the food that's served is for the people out in the street. So the idea is that we thought about a 5th line in French social security for people who rely on caregivers, but we need another one on poverty, to fix poverty in very rich countries. We can't accept this. 1 person out of 5, that's 20% below the poverty line. And number 2, after COVID, we saw that sociologists were saying, oh, the French, they don't want to work. They don't want to work. They're lazy, lazy, lazy. They're lazy. I suppose the interpreters are translating this. They're lazy. So people are thinking about themselves, and you know what we could translate. Some would use ruder words, but the interpreters wouldn't use ruder words. Anyway, what's typical on the labor market is that when you start a low-skilled job and you're not paid well, the problem is a low wage that you get in France. In France, contrarily to what we had in the past, we're not changing anything. So what people only think about for those who are poorly skilled jobs, not paid well, that nobody thinks about, is to go and retire as quickly as they can. And then people, they're the silly, lazy bunch, but no, they need care, support, and some type of outlook. I think it's 2 out of these 7 proposals. These 2 are excellent. I don't think that anything's going to be done in the weeks to come, but who knows? Who knows? And by the way, now I must say that what was done by these 4 people is incredible. Now, I'd like to thank people. That's the nicest moment, I think. Let me see. I'd like to thank everybody to start with. Okay, that's done. And in saying that I thank everybody, I'm not going to forget anybody. Now, let me see. I'm not going to read out all the names, otherwise it's going to get on your nerves. But I'd like to thank Françoise, our president, and all the members of the Cercle des Économistes. I'd like to thank Marie Castin, our president, and she gave these rencontres the right impetus. And now, Sophie Joassin, Renaud Muselier, would like to thank you. That's for the political dimension. And, well, you know, we have an organization which is very serious. We have a supervisory board, and it's an honor for me to chair the supervisory board. So, and everybody's satisfied, I think. And then the members are Marion, Hélène, Laure. We'd like to thank them as well on the supervisory board. As we usually say, our friend, Mr. Macron, our president, has dissolved, well, on Sunday at 9 p.m. He dissolved the National Assembly. He was dressed in black, etc. And then, in the hours that followed, we decided to recast our program. Well, of course, the four of you would be our keynote speakers, but not at the same time. We had to get rid of Sunday. So it's thanks to this supervisory board. Thank you. Thank you. And then who's next? I'll speed up. We'd like to thank Nicole, who's our local relay, the local hands, Camille, who played an essential role recently, and also, well, the first names, well, we have the names. And whom should I think? The Région Sud, the Town Hall, the MU, all the police forces, those in charge of security and safety. You didn't know, but there was a threat hovering on your heads, but you were protected and sheltered here. And in Marion's team, let me go through these names. I'm so happy. The program team: Clément, Pauline, Marie-Lou, Mathis, Roxane, Hussein, Audrey, Willy. They're really incredible, amazing people. In Marion's team for communication, Alban, Anne, Éloi, Pauline, Célia. Something important for us as well. Now, you remember you were in charge of Obama's campaign, the political campaign, the president, Obama. And we were very impressed because you used the internet and all these tools. This was great. Well, we did the same as well. We did the same. That's 5 years ago. 5 years ago, we had 10,000 people following us. And this evening, let me give you the number, 1 million followers. 1 million. And I have real-time results. 999,000 thought you were great. Now the timekeepers: Vincent, Lena, Ryan, Abdelhamid, Etienne, Arnaud, and Emma. Laure, I mentioned before. But Laure was hovering. I suppose you've not seen this, but this truly is a village. Pauline, Anaïs, Myriam, Camille, Cédric, and Fred, Anton, Nella. Laure. By the way, there's a strange expression, support team, in French, renfort. Probably means something. Does that mean that we were too weak? Well, anyway, thank you for those who supported us. Alexandra, Eddie, Catherine. Hélène, partner Dikilcia, Thomas, Remy. Hélène, Jeunesse, Camille, Eléa, and Léa. There we are, Laurence, Emma, and Adrian. And in the final declaration, final declaration, well, there was no final declaration, because otherwise Pierre Jacquet is going to give me a good wigging, but at least we have the final report which includes the declaration. It's a statement. And we had note keepers in addition to Mathilde, Vincent, Lucien, Augustin. We had Kevin, Unal, Clémentine, Lola. And something like 100 white shirts, the ones who are guiding you through the park. I'd like to thank everybody. I'd like to say you're incredible. I know it's simple to say, but I really mean it out. For once I mean it. And what I suggest is that we have our dinner and then we go to the concert. You will see this is going to be amazing. I think it's going to be here. Thank you very much, Amphi. Thank you for what you've done. Jean-Hervé, everything was finely oiled for these rencontres économiques. Thank you. Bravo.